I should probably get the mic over by me so I can talk to all like 5 of you that are here since Nicholas's trial started. And it's probably way more interesting than this one, but damn it, we started it and we're finishing it up. I don't even have Baker here, and this is partly his stream. Hey, all you guys over on Baker's stream. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. I don't know. Actually, you know what I haven't said is, hi, I'm David Helm. I am a licensed practicing attorney in the state of Michigan. And today we are on day 7 of the Texas v. Ronald Burgos-Aviles, the Border Patrol murder case. And the state finally stopped beating that horse with a baseball bat and has now rested. And so, because I'm so distracted, my coffee got cold. And so we are now arguing about some defense experts. We're arguing about some issues with the, what do I want to say, with some of the state's experts. And the judge went on break for lunch, and now we are back. We are a few minutes behind, but I wanted to get it going and keep up with live court as much as possible. So we're going to do that now, and I'll fill in some stuff as we go. When is your Flux beatdown today? It is 7 p.m. Eastern on Flux's channel. By the way, we will be debating Star Wars.
Thank you all.
My position is all Star Wars is good Star Wars. Flux has a little bit different of opinion. So we are going to be debating that tonight on House of Flux. I'll put a link in, I'm going to pin a link in the channel for that, but you guys are also going to be redirected after the stream. That is 7 p.m. Eastern.
So let's get back.
Probably sleeping or walking his dog, I imagine. It's like, it's late there, and he works all day too.
Everybody check your phones, make sure it's on.
So I think,
silent.
I don't know, he's supposed to be here. We'll find him.
And
he's probably over in Nicholas's stream watching.
So I think that Ms. Lenz just handed you all what I think maybe the relevant portions of that section of the testimony in any event. So it's just in case y'all are going to need that. In any event,
welcome on your break. I always think your avatar is like a creature of some sort, and I realize it's a pair of aces, and I don't know why I always think it's something else.
So just to summarize how we ended this morning was that we were going to, the state has rested. There was a motion filed by the defense with regard to requesting the court to urging the court to in fact strike the testimony's entirety of one of the state's witnesses, Dr. Stern, alternatively striking a portion of it and giving further instructions. The court then heard from both counsel and decided to, if the motion continued to be urged, I'm not sure.
Welcome, Baker, to your stream.
Then I would overrule the motion to testimony or
my I don't know if my graphics card is acting up or something. I had to restart it like 3 times to get it to work. So
no worries. The court went actually on time, amazingly enough, and so I just wanted to start the stream on time as well so we can get caught up. We're a little behind, but he's just sort of kind of summarizing everything for the attorneys, which is weird, but all right, let's go. The jury's not in yet.
Pretty good instruction. And alternatively would allow Dr. Stern
yes,
to call,
that's it. Cartoon cow. That's what I see.
Witness
instead of pocket aces.
Put her on and clarify these testimony that in fact was given during direct, and so therefore she'd be subject to clarification, cross, and possible impeachment as well. So in any event, that is where we're at. And of course, she's not here until 2:30, I believe, because she was coming from out of town. And
it's an hour.
So then.
They have an hour before their witness gets here.
Is in a minute when I bring the jury in.
Well, they can start the defense. It's just to recross her and say that she's a liar.
Yep, pretty much. And also see if there's going to be a special jury instruction with regard to her lyingness.
Opportunity to speak to your client. What is it that you all? What witness are you going to call other than Dr. Stern?
Don't forget to give a thumbs up to both me and Baker, please.
Can you get closer to the mic, please? Or you can come up here if you'd like, either way. Because I know you like to stand when you talk. Make sure this is on. Make sure that one's on right there. Thank you.
Judge, we anticipate introducing some self-authenticating evidence, and we do not anticipate having another witness outside of Dr. Stern.
All right.
Hey,
So
Jamie,
it is a
welcome back.
problem if Dr. Stern doesn't arrive until 2:30.
As soon as we can get her here.
So
So, yes, and we'll deal with that issue. So let's go ahead and
You say
Since
we'll
they
do
are-
fetishes?
self-authenticating. We can get them in now. I do want to get them in while the jury is here.
yes, sir. And I was going to publish them.
Okay, are y'all aware of the self-authenticating exhibits? Y'all confer on those?
Yeah, I was.
All right, go ahead.
Self-authenticating exhibits. You don't hear that very often.
I was thinking I heard that wrong. What's that?
It's a document that's been certified, usually by a government agency, and it's essentially self-authenticates, meaning you don't need to call any witness to establish the truthfulness of it, and no foundation is required in order to establish it. Things like death certificates, marriage certificates, things like that. If you get them stamped with the state seal or the county seal, then they're self-authenticating. You could just admit them. This is what it is. And so that's what they're talking about. It's probably like his marriage license or something stupid like that, or maybe even death certificates. I don't know. Something along those lines would be self-authenticating. Deeds often are, unless they're specifically challenged. So, deeds to real estate.
And again, could they just get it over with? Say, well, I know Danish Baker is really, really bored of this trial, so we're going to make it fast. Did they say they have any witnesses else other than the expert they wanted to cross?
It was just the expert, and she's apparently going to take an hour to get here because she's out of town. And so now I believe the state's going to proceed with their
The
case.
number of your self-authenticating exhibits, do you have several?
Not yet. No witnesses have been called for the defense. The state rested. They made some argument regarding some jury instructions or possibly excluding testimony from the
Defendant
state's
seven that
expert,
Contains 100 and what pages?
and the defense has not started yet.
100 and what pages? Yeah. Please don't tell me they need to read all of them.
It's 105,
And-
not including the certification.
105.
Okay, so it's a defendant 7, which has a certification on top of it, and then it has numbered pages from 1 to 105.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think that's okay.
No, she's not going to get struck, but they might have a special instruction depending on how
All
she
right, so
answers
let's
the
see what
question.
Do you suspect you're going to have any objections
Which could
to that
help.
document? We can. All right. So you can offer it then. You want to offer it when the jury's here,
Yes, sir.
All right.
And,
and you're going to publish some of it. And of course, there'll be no testimony on it.
I'm sorry.
There'll be no testimony other than you publishing it.
No, I know it's hard to believe, but I looked at the seal.
All right. Any other document?
No, sir.
Any other exhibit? Of course, something may come in with Dr. Stern, but I'm not talking about that.
We have no intention.
All right. So we're going to bring the jury in. You're going to introduce the exhibits. You're going to publish them. We're going to take them out. We're going to wait for Dr. Stern so she can get here.
Yeah, I agree,
And,
Farrell. The special instruction
and,
is written there. Like, listen, this lady is not board certified.
you've had an
Any
opportunity to take
testimony
this
you
further as
heard
well,
or implied to the
Uh,
contrary is not true or something. I don't know.
making obviously.
But if they get the
assumptions
special
that you have with regard
instruction,
to you potentially not
we
having.
wasted 2 full days about a spider bite because she was the one saying there was necrosis in the bottom of the wound instead of in the skin area.
Yep. Well, presumably, because
Can I sue this trial for wasting my time?
And any other
I was
witnesses
going to
other
keep
than-
going with this and just mute it. Presumably, the defense is going to have their own expert. Probably one of the 6 that went up against her in that other case out of Alabama, where she wrongfully incarcerated and then got sued herself for malpractice. I would suspect it's going to be one of those 6 that
he asked them, "Do you have any other witnesses?" And then he came up and said, "We have this self-proclaimed evidence."
I thought he said, "Do you have any other exhibits?"
I believe he said,
Ourselves would like to argue at the time, but we're not going to be submitting any additional instructions.
Right, so you'll argue some of the language and then we'll take it.
Oh, no special instructions, really?
And depending on my ruling on that language, then I'll prepare the final document and we'll take it from there as well. Make my rulings. And then
So
do the
all
final
of that
document, take it from there.
Was for nothing?
and Iris, there was no photos of
They
the
need to because
necrosis.
of our
It
calendar,
was just testimony.
and what potentially
Yeah.
could occur after this verdict and my calendar.
I
for the rest of
agree,
the month of
Farrell.
July.
Lame.
I need to do that.
Well, there might have been photos. We didn't see them. They didn't show autopsy photos.
We haven't seen anything.
We didn't see any autopsy photos. We saw a dead woman on the street. That's the most we've seen.
But we have seen pictures of the leg
Charge it
wound
to whom?
because
Before,
we talked.
while the child was alive.
Yeah, because we talked about it looking
Take
like
hold off,
he needed some
not bring the
antihistamine.
jury out,
Yeah.
or just to see how, yeah, maybe you could.
I'll have to look what something is eating something in the other room.
Yeah. And I know it was sort of last minute for her, so she's, I know, trying her best to get down here as soon as she can.
I was going to jump off and make a work call, but I don't want to leave Jamie all
Okay,
alone.
so,
You're fine. He's just talking.
we'll leave the defendant out here. Don't, even if we take a break, just leave him here because he might have to consult with counsel, just leave him here. And then, and it'll avoid also the traffic that we may have in the hallways with jury going out in the restroom and whatnot, so.
Oh, Jamie, what's happening? What do you think about this guy?
You do have the, each
He's
of you have a copy
guilty
of
as
the transcript
AF.
of that portion of Dr. Stern's testimony during direct.
We're
Both the
just
direct
killing
and
time at this point, right?
Yeah.
Thank you for
I
providing
mean,
us, Cindy.
I didn't see anything to sway me back after you know,
See what else?
you know where I turned, and then I was just like, I didn't really see
have to.
anything that swayed me back. So
Yeah, no, I turned right with you there too. Greetings, BL Black. Welcome, welcome. We are just waiting the defense to start their case in chief. The state has finished earlier today. We had a bunch of BS motions, which aren't BS, but the fact that the state literally or the defense just kind of walked away from them just now makes them BS. In my opinion, then why spend half a day arguing them if you're not going to follow through?
Yeah.
So that's my thoughts. All right, what is this judge talking about now? I'm putting him on 2. We're going to power through this judge.
That's why the last
how
one.
far behind are we?
Not that far. I just want to listen to him quicker. We're
I
like
know.
15 minutes behind.
Okay, oh, so she's literally driving over here. All right.
They're literally waiting on a witness. I thought they were ready to go.
So then let's do that. Let's, you think it'll take you how long to publish? About maybe 10 minutes or so? Or? Yeah, yeah.
They're literally going to walk through
You're
documents.
just going to be saying these are
In front of the
case
jury?
whatever, exhibit whatever. And
God. Yes.
Oh, this exhibit says X, Y, and Z. Here you go. Please take it. Thank you.
and just leave it there long enough so that they can perhaps read it. All right. And that's defendant 7, and it'll be offered while they're here. And there's no objection by the state. All right. Okay,
Why
so the
did
other
I
time
ever
issue,
mention I was looking at this trial too?
I think we just, oh, maybe you can ask her to park up here. Just drive completely up here, and then just have security allow her to come up here on your end. All right, thank you. Just find out what she's driving. She's probably driving a truck. I'm just guessing. Okay, so trying to line it up so that we can. Either way, we're gonna have a whole bunch of breaks before we read the charge to the jury because we obviously have a break in the morning. We're gonna have a break right now, but while we either because we can't sit here having the jury here wait for 20, 30 minutes. So I either just keep them going, leave them there for a few more minutes. I hope, but a few more minutes meaning could be 30, 40 minutes. So or bring them out and take them back in. Either way, it's gonna and then we do the direct on the doctor, the recall of the doctor, right? Not even a recall. You're calling her as a witness, and then you examine her there, and then if you rest at that point, and I'm not holding you to that, but if you do rest at that point, then I gotta take the jury out, and then we gotta officially do the charge conference here, and then make my rulings, pronounce charge, and take the jury out, and come right back in. So that's basically the timeline that we're looking at, just so that whoever's wondering. So I suspect that the charge, I'm totally guessing on the length of the examination of the doctor. We're probably looking at maybe reading the charge to the jury around 3:30. So just a total guess on that. So we'll take it from there.
Wait, did he just say we're going to give the jury the charge today?
As I understood it, no other
think,
witnesses,
we're gonna
only the
have to go
doctor,
back. I suspect that
and then we'll give him the
I'm still guessing on the
3:30.
length of
3:30 today.
So I could be in bed before midnight.
Oh, that would be beautiful. Hang on. I backed it up a touch. Let's listen again in normal speed.
the examination of the doctor. We're probably looking at maybe reading the charge to the jury around 3:30. So just a total guess on that. So we'll take
No defense, though. I'm disappointed, but happy at the same time. Is that weird? What do you call that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Exarrowed? Excited and sorrowed? Exarrowed?
I think
I feel like you're
we're
satisfied.
gonna have to do it at the end anyways, because
What'd you say?
Feel like you're satisfied.
if there was a particular language that they were asking for, perhaps I could do that now and then. give my
But I'm not with
opinion
the
right after
defense's
the
defense.
Sometimes what we do, but there is no
No.
language that they're asking for, no additional charge that they're asking for other than the charging.
No
some of the
special
language.
instructions.
If you all already
No
know what
case
that
in chief.
is,
We could have been done before lunch if they took a telephone meeting with this witness.
it'd be-
They could have done a telephone meeting with the
It
witness.
does
They
give you
could
more
have
time
finished
to confer
today's
on
morning
that you
witness
haven't already, which is
yesterday.
the language,
Yeah.
and perhaps
They could have
we
argued this
confer.
motion yesterday,
Uh,
and we literally
maybe
could
I'll
have
give you
done
some time to look at that again.
closing arguments.
Confer on some of the
Mind you,
wording.
he says he's going to give the jury the charge at 3:30.
May not be much of an argument.
It's 1:40 there now, which means they're going to argue this and then do closing arguments.
Okay, so then that's, and you want to wait till after we're done?
I think there are two small matters we'd like to discuss with your honor, but other than that, we're in agreement.
Okay, so then that's, and you want to wait till after we're done?
I think we could confer.
All right, let's do it now. Okay, so I have a copy of the charge on my screen. And again, we're anticipating that there's going to be one witness called by the defense and no others. If there's something in the charge that in fact we'll
But
require that
it's-
witness to testify before we make.
You
a
still have
decision,
to
wait
prove
on
they
whether or
killed
not
the baby.
we can do it now.
Well, yeah.
And you all are in agreement to do that, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
This is like a
So let's.
this is
we have
this
the
is like a
proposed
giant
charge
letdown.
By the state, has it been filed? Or I know it's been handed to me.
I know it's been handed, Judge. I don't believe it's been filed.
Okay,
by
so it's
the
been
state.
handed to both. I'm going to work with the copy. of
Like
that
died on a
that I have,
whimper.
in fact. Let me see if I just print out this one.
Yeah,
Oops,
that's,
I have a red line copy. Y'all have, let's see. I don't know why I got that.
That's the copy that we're working from. It indicates the changes that both sides are doing.
Okay, so I would like to print this out without all the red line stuff that is in there. So if somebody can do that for us, please, and we'll take it from there, just so that I can file the copy we're working off of, and then I'll get a final one after we're done. You can, if you have it on you can email it over here to Alma Martinez. But one that's not, I know there's probably just a couple of buttons that we got to push to be able to not do. Maybe just a view button. Okay, so I'm gonna work with what I have here, assuming that this is in fact the one that we're gonna print out, and I think it is. So I'll file that copy, and then whatever changes are made to it, we'll make them on the record, and then we'll, if my ruling changes are made, we'll refile obviously that one before we read it to the jury. Go ahead.
Yes, Judge. I believe that the first part, I don't believe we discussed this, but it does say the defendant, Ronald Burgos-Aviles, stands charged by indictment with the offense of capital murder. But since there's two counts, if we can
Could
just,
you put a copy on the Elmo,
Yes,
just
sir.
so that we can. Thank you, Mr. Son.
He does. He has a very punchable face. If you're talking about the
Area
defendant,
you're talking about.
or you're talking about the judge,
so as far as this area, we would just be to add that it is two offenses. So
he does kind of look like De Niro, doesn't he? Now that you say that, the judge.
I'm not sure if that
on
was-
a happy note, I gained more than
So where's
50
that?
viewers
The first
during this
paragraph
trial,
on page one.
or
Yeah, that's good.
subscribers, so.
If you guys are not subscribed to Baker, jump over to Baker and subscribe. I will put a link in the chat right
Yes,
now.
there's two counts.
7 from 300.
Okay, was that something you all did not agree?
No, that's just something that we noted right now whenever we,
Okay,
It wasn't raised.
it was not raised.
No. I mean, in our position, it's two counts of the same offense. I think they clearly delineated it later, but
And then it would, I believe on page 2, paragraph 3.
So now you're going to whatever you all are.
Yes, Judge, this would be the
So
disputed part.
paragraph 3 of page what?
Page 2.
All right.
So on this paragraph, we wanted to add this language which says that they can consider all relevant evidence pertaining to the relationship that existed between the deceased and the defendant. I know that the legislature does have some precursor language as far as the Texas Code of Criminal
So
Procedure.
just so we know,
Yes.
this is your proposed charge, and you want to add language to your proposed charge?
No, Judge, it's already on there. That was our proposed charge to keep it. I believe that they're arguing for us to remove that section.
So you want to remove,
We would like to remove Roman 3, Your Honor.
We would like
oh,
to
all
keep.
3,
Yes.
and you want to add the word relevant?
Yes, Judge. Just so that it
You want to
can.
keep 3 and add the word relevant?
Yes, Judge. Just so
Jamie.
it can,
Oh,
keep the
Jamie
statute
left
there.
us.
Okay, go ahead and tell me why.
Yes, Your
No, not you, her.
Well, Your Honor, that is language proposed by the state. We were unable to find it in any pattern jury instructions, and our position is that it's duplicative of the first sentence of Roman 9 and highlights the state's theory rather than introduces any evidentiary principle. or
Haven't
element of
changed on
which the
mine.
state's required.
Mine. Sal showed a picture of his. He needs
It's just the theory that they can consider all of the
503,000. I still
evidence, which you don't
need
necessarily
1,000 and
encompass any
4,000.
Used as to the nature of the relationship.
If you tell me where Roman, I don't have a Roman numeral 9 paragraph.
Your Honor, it is on page, for my draft, 8, I apologize, Your Honor. It's page 4 on my,
All right. Which
Yep.
paragraph is it?
Roman 8, my mistake. You may consider all of the facts that are shown by the evidence and draw natural and reasonable inferences from such facts. We believe that encompasses the specific evidence to which the state is highlighting in paragraph 3.
And so she says it doesn't exist.
I don't care about,
Yes,
well,
Judge,
I
so
do
when we
care
have
about
an
jury
arguing charge or
instructions. It's
primary
not for
charges,
this
But
freaking case.
that language we included in every case, the one that she's citing to.
Other than you explain the case.
Well, not those. I'm saying like the other language we always cite as far as all the evidence, but since this is a homicide, it does change and the law does give us. Yes. So the
Good afternoon, Stephanie. Welcome.
Hello, Stephanie.
Just so everyone's up to date, we don't need to listen to all this. They're arguing over jury instructions right now. They're not arguing. They're going through them, making sure everyone's on the same page. The state made a bunch, or the defense made a bunch of ruckus this morning regarding one of the state's experts. Then kind of withdrew everything and is offering no special instructions. And according to the judge, in about an hour and a half, the jury is going to get the charge, which means which I'm not sure because they haven't done closing arguments yet. I don't know if they give the charge and then closing arguments and they'll be done by the end of the day, or if they do closing arguments and then give the jury the charge. I don't know.
To bring it in because all relevant facts and circumstances surrounding the killing and the previous relationship existing.
Party naked in chat.
Condition of the mind of the accused, time of defense. That gives you then opportunity. I can bring this in, I can bring that in.
Okay.
Because if it goes to the actual.
Jamie.
I guess what you're saying.
You gotta party
what
naked.
You're saying is that if you look at the pattern jury charges, that's not one of the optional or alternative paragraphs. That you see.
That's correct, Your Honor, and furthermore, our position is that that evidence was, as Your Honor indicates, introduced in the state case in chief. It's covered under the first sentence of
Well, that was
Roman
fine.
8, which instructs the jury that they consider all of the evidence which has been put before them.
We should really add Danish to jury instructions just to mess with them.
So that's
Right.
what your
Oh,
what your concern is. In other words, if you highlight that particular instruction, it's in fact highlighting the evidence that the state has been wanting or has been introducing and want the jury to focus on, which is the relationship of the parties and the fact and circumstances and the condition of the mind of the accused at the time of the offense. And so, what the
Eliza, the jury isn't in the room right now, but they are talking about what they want in the jury instructions. The jury will be given the instructions after the defense rests.
that they can consider it. Is what they're.
Yeah, they're just going through them and making sure everyone's on the same page, so they don't have to do this later.
The instruction would in effect be.
And the reason why they're waiting,
particular portions of this.
or they're doing it now, is because they're waiting on the state's expert witness to come back to court, which she should be here in about a half hour. And then they're going to do some questioning of her, and then the defense is pretty much done. So while they're essentially killing time and going through this while they're waiting for the one and only witness that's going to show up. What happened to, the defense had that guy testify via Zoom. I thought they were going to at least call him. Maybe they didn't like the way it went.
He got beat up pretty much, and he was stumbling old man. Yeah. Would you bring him on the stand to dispute the GPS again? I know for the technical part of it, and if an appeal and whatever, but yeah.
Malcolm, you have not missed it because apparently there's not going to be one other than cross-examining the state's ME medical examiner witness who they're waiting on to arrive. That's all the defense's case in chief. I thought for sure they were going to hit the ground running and they just sort of ran away with their tail between their legs. Even the stuff they argued this morning, they essentially withdrew any request for special jury instructions or anything. So I don't know.
Yeah, they seemed ready to fight today, but then no, we had a good lunch. See you later.
Apparently.
Oh,
and Indigo,
and can-
I haven't
can
been
I-
wearing pants at all today.
No, pants are prison. This is an upper body game.
Judge, did you have the
Could I say, if anyone wants to know how beautiful Scandinavia is, go and follow Fedorowski's YouTube channel. He do these
Oh, yeah.
amazing. It's a long form videos where he's driving around talking. You can see all the mountains and everything. He's at 60 subscribers right now. Everyone should, if you have some time in the day where you just need to have something beautiful to watch at and relax, go follow him. He makes such great content.
I'm putting a link to his channel right now in the chat, in my chat. So if you're on my channel, you can hit that link, go over there, subscribe real quick, and then come back because you're not missing anything for the moment. I expect to see my view numbers jump down to like nothing and then go back up.
1 and 2 in the second paragraph of each on page 3 under Roman 6.
Yeah, get over there.
Haven't missed anything yet.
That unless you so unanimously find beyond a reasonable doubt, the instructions as proposed to us did not include the requirement of a unanimous verdict. We believe that's required by law.
I think she added it.
Judge? It's on there. I've just never seen it. I just wanted to get Your Honor's
Well, I mean, if you
response
added
to
it
it.
and it's your proposed charge.
No,
you
Judge,
want
that's
to-
not our proposed charge. Those were some of the changes. We just highlighted that part.
We
This is
added-
already a merged version of both.
Hold on.
Or you could just open another tab,
You didn't
Dennis.
add it?
I believe that one's already a merged version of both defense and state's arguments as
So
to.
you don't want that?
We're just looking for
Okay.
maybe some instructions on that.
All right, that's right. Okay, can I look at the paragraph right before that? Oh, this is, here we go. So it's the application paragraph, basically.
Yes, Your Honor.
I mean, it is what it is, right? I mean, you
Yes,
do
Judge.
have
I mean,
to
I just wanted some
unanimously
guidance.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
find- They do have to unanimously find that beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, Iris subbed, Jung subbed.
I'm fine with that. I'll just leave the unanimously in there. All right, we'll leave the word,
Nice.
you wanted it in there.
We added it.
Grown by 10.
So we'll just leave it.
So a few more can go
Anything else?
over there and give him a subscription. It's great if you need something to calm yourself down.
You know, that's a great idea, Malcolm, except I have to sort of include Nick, and he's just started a new trial, so.
However, we would like to request that Your Honor also instruct the jury in our book, which is an outdated manual, so I'm not sure if it's numbered differently in the state's copy, but in the 2018 version of the criminal pattern jury instructions, it's 9.16, instruction on warnings and waiver required for recorded oral statement. We would request that the court submit that to the jury as well.
Can I see what that looks
Yes,
like?
Your Honor.
What do you want to put it up there? I can see it.
Free the pink-nosed puppies. Yeah, Fedorowski, I've checked out several of his
233
videos.
of
Yeah,
the
great
2018 edition
videos.
of the criminal pattern jury instruction.
If you like the nature, scenery kind of stuff,
Yes, Your Honor.
and although there's a lot that could be said about his country, it looks pretty.
It's one of the richest countries in the world because our minister signed away all the oil.
Can you put it up a little?
Allegedly, he was pretty drunk when he signed the document.
Seems binding.
In politics, the only place that there's more drinking than
There was a statement
in
made.
law.
The evidence is going to show that there was an oral statement made, and if they ask for it, they have to have it in there. I don't think there was a lot of issue made with regard to
So,
voluntary
Iris,
jurisdiction,
generally
but
you
make
submit
it an argument of some sort. There was a suppression hearing earlier. in the,
jury
in
instructions,
litigation.
proposed jury instructions before
The
trial,
arguments that
but you
were made.
finalize them after,
Uh,
or at some
we're
point where
gonna
it's
type the language out
appropriate
and
to,
send it
after
you.
you've heard a lot of the testimony.
That way I'll have to type the language
Yes,
out
Your Honor.
So,
and send it to the council.
Yes, Your Honor.
and just make sure that everyone's on the same page. We don't need to change
Other than that,
anything,
is there
given the
anything else?
testimony that's been brought out. That's what they're doing.
Any particular place where you'd like that language? Take a look at it. And
Think the union is screwing with them, just like convict them so they can get him off the payroll. I guarantee, no, I don't guarantee. I bet, I'll bet a lot of money that he's still getting paid from the union right now.
Paragraph of count 2.
And this team isn't that bad, but the case is bad.
paragraph what?
Roman 8, page 4.
Okay. Paragraph
Yeah,
four.
the case is bad.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I wanna- Well, you know what? There's no Roman numeral 7, so I can put a 7 there.
Eliza, you should come to Scandinavia.
Right.
We are nice people.
Like it.
A bit cold and the
Yes.
weather is shit,
Yes.
but
So,
oh,
here's a
bad.
7.
But you should come.
Okay. Okay.
So would Your Honor like me to include that in the current full charge of the court as Roman 7?
Yes, that'd be
Okay,
great.
I can do
And then just, is there anything else we took out? No, we didn't. We left unanimous.
Speaking of coming to
Oh, we're gonna
Scandinavia,
put in the,
The two offenses.
I'm still going in January, but it might be there in September. I don't know if that's a better time for
okay,
you
great,
or
thank
Nick.
you. And I'll formally
For us
ask
to get
you,
together.
Once.
Probably towards
Again,
middle,
because
end
that-
of
that-
September.
it won't be, so we need that. I'll have the charge ready. Thank
I
you.
have. I'm going
all right, so
to
it's, 153,
Switzerland in the
a week ago with Dr. Stern, so-
beginning of September and might go back there in
I
end
think
of
I'm gonna
September,
just
but
opt to
we'll
wait
have to
until
look
we're
into it.
there.
Yeah, I don't have any
Because-
dates
Dr.
yet.
Stern
We've
here.
just been talking.
Dr. Stern is here.
Yeah,
so
because I have a
we'll
court
there,
date too.
and then you
So
follow up with your,
on the 13th,
What'd
I
you
believe.
do, Baker? Who'd you kill?
It's
and you'll tell me later.
we
So
have
witnesses, will you rest that
we
time?
had something postponed because we were looking into other
Kinda get out for
than
a bit.
doing
Thank you.
prison time for a
Be right
guy
back with,
if he could
reading
get into
instructions
some
later.
rehab.
Okay.
Ah.
So we have to come back and give him a sentence.
Yeah, and if nobody knows, Baker is a professional juror over in Denmark because they have those things there. So that's when he's talking about going to court. He didn't actually stab someone.
No, not that I've been caught with doing.
I'm
And
so
young
happy
men-
we're on break again.
Yeah, for only 30 minutes, so that will be 2 hours. And young men, how cold is it in Scandinavia right now? It's a balmy. Yeah, I think we're at 17 degrees Celsius today. That would be below 60, I think. And
Chilly.
in the winter we're pretty low. It snows sometimes.
I got a video. I saw it on break, and I want to pull it up. Let me see if I can find it. Since we're killing time, I love this. this is amazing. All right, let me present a video file. Oh, I forgot I got to do it this weird way. StreamYard is at the exact same time so frustrating and so convenient. All right, here we go. Should come up.
Look at it. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Oh, fuck no. Oh, my God. Oh, shit.
America.
Fuck no.
Oh, I got it. Okay. I don't know where this is or what's going on exactly, other than fireworks and some fun times.
Oh, man. Look at it. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Oh, fuck no. Oh, my God. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck no. Fuck no. Damn, Slim. Fuck no. Hey, Sarai, back up, Sarai. Back up.
Oh my God.
Gotta love America. Anyways, I wanted to share that with y'all. Yeah, so I don't know what else is going on other than we're waiting on the court again. Oh, I have an idea.
We could stream snipe Nick.
That's exactly what I was doing.
7 years in prison for bombs.
Oh, I'm not live. Hang on.
Incoming and outgoing phone calls from the house. At the time of Alyssa's disappearance, there was a surveillance camera in the carport, and I'll show you a photograph of this house in just a moment. But let me just give you a little background. There was a surveillance camera in the carport that showed the carport and the kitchen door entrance to the carport. There was another surveillance camera in a vent in the living room. And I'll show you some clips of a couple of those videos. That surveillance camera.
Yeah, Baker was not amused by the fireworks.
A sofa.
I think
I
he's
was writing to
At the
Madia, so I had
Sarah will
to
tell you
to
that
use my thinking capacity, and I'm a man, so I can't
we set up a
multitask.
camcorder, in different parts
I
of the
enjoy it.
house. You'll hear testimony that the defendant not only recorded phone
state's
calls,
opening,
but
it looks
sometimes
like.
recorded conversations with people with a tape recorder.
Hi, Nick. Nick and Mo left us.
I would too if my name wasn't on the banner.
I don't blame her.
Thank you.
You're
Uber,
welcome.
an hour and 35 minutes in. The Wi-Fi accident was not my fault. Okay, so David is yeeting. He's stream yeeting me, or stream, what it's called? Well, whatever.
Sniping?
Sniping.
Stream sniping. And because David has an uncanny ability to choose trials that on the surface sounds amazing and end up deadly boring.
Well, Nick is calling me out.
Last night when I watched, the entire afternoon was about reading text messages and then a poor police officer being forced to say for the last hour, at that time there was a Snapchat. We don't know what it contained.
Oh my
At that
gosh.
time there was another Snapchat.
Yes, Nick is roasting me
at
live on
that
his
time,
stream
there
as
was
I'm
no-
sniping
I mean-
or sniping his stream.
Oh,
And I'm
Great
out
meta
here
of
trying to
us.
figure out how a man so rude and so disrespectful got 2 women to give him children.
Yes. Thanks,
yeah.
John.
But he kind of looks like the soccer player Ronaldo. So
Don't know soccer, Nick.
But
Sorry.
then again, if you look like somebody who is actually convicted of SA, I don't know if that's a good thing.
A little Scandinavian trash talk, I suppose.
Let's continue.
No.
Farrell is home. You upstairs? I
The
didn't hear you
evidence
come
you
in,
will hear
Farrell.
is that on that May 17th, 2001, approximately,
Hey, Joseph,
well,
he's here.
sometime before noon, shortly before noon, the defendant came to Alyssa's school and picked her up and took her out early.
Hey, how
Her
does Neo Dark
testimony
Matter not know about
from
our channel?
the boyfriend that she had at the time, Mr. Lackman, that Alyssa,
What'd you say?
Oh, you know what
Bye,
else
and
we could do?
told him,
Actually, we can snipe
I'm leaving my dad.
chat.
Just picking me up. That's the last time that John Lackman ever
What are they
saw
saying
her.
about us in there? Oh, look at Tweety's over there.
You'll hear testimony that a young man that knew her was graduating, was a senior in high school, and was graduating later that day. He was expecting her to come to his graduation. She never showed up. She had, as I told you, a part-time job at Jack in the Box. She never showed up
Jack in the
again.
Box.
Is that food?
Yeah, it's fast food. I haven't seen one in years.
All we know about what happened the rest of that day as it relates to Alyssa's disappearance is what Sarah will tell you that she observed and what the defendant has told people over the years. You will not. So later that day.
Oh
on
my
May
God, this
17th,
guy's
the
putting me to
defense-
sleep already.
He was first voted in during the Nixon administration.
Did Nick not say a couple of minutes ago that he picked the right trials and we get the boring ones?
And they're done
Yeah,
that.
hang
And
on.
this law show is my uncle. Or if it's Ben's uncle. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm
Mm. I mean, I can't determine if he only looks older than me because he's overworked and underpaid and stuff like that, or if it's actually 30 years older.
Been there,
don't
done
know.
that. MLS show
have
is
to
my
find
uncle.
out.
What?
Okay, one of the reasons why I'm pausing is because after this, it's lunch there.
oh,
And that
We have
means
Chick-fil-A's. We have a couple
an hour
of 'em.
15 minutes until we hear the defense opening statement. So, and of course, this is a commentary channel. I will
We have
try to
one
help
by
you
my house
gu-
that
try
is,
to
always
guide
has
you
like a
through
line around it. I
what's
don't get it. I've
happening
never
in
been to
this
one.
trial. But also, I have to
We,
make comments once in a while.
We got Carl's Juniors a
or
couple of
we are
years
in the
ago.
risk
That was
of
big.
Law and
Yeah.
Seaward,
That's
no, can't.
that's the
And,
fancy fast food.
Is that what you guys call it? The fancy fast food?
It was just
You never
Are you
know.
just
You can't predict beforehand what will be an interesting trial.
No, you cannot. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I thought this was going to be a really interesting trial, and it was early on, and it wasn't until like day 3, and then after that, it just went downhill.
Oh, that's funny.
So I agree with us,
But
Baker.
while
We picked a good
continue
case.
listening,
And again, if you and I should have put this together, we had been done in 3 days.
Yeah.
The spider bite wouldn't have been anything. We would have put in the DNA, the GPS, the interrogation, and finished off with the you can follow him around the map on these cameras. Boom.
Yep.
Out of town.
Yep, absolutely. I wouldn't have gone into the Snapchats. We had the sister talking. We had some text messages. We had his interrogation video. We could have played that. We wanted to play the whole damn thing. I probably would have played him licking his arm, though, especially if the defense was coming out with there was no DNA on him. But no, we could have done this whole thing in 3 days.
Yeah.
No problem. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we would have been rested late Wednesday.
Have a verdict by lunch Friday.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because defense is nothing, then jury instruction, then a day. I don't hate spiders.
He is so
I
old.
just know the real suspect in this case.
That's right. The real suspect is on my thumbnail. Did you guys see my thumbnail, by the way? I like
Where
it.
is that? Hey, wait. Put it up again.
Wait, hang on.
They got to the house. Sarah will tell you that she went into Alyssa's bedroom.
Oh, I love it.
Needle and knife and everything.
Sarah will tell you that she found a
And it's
Jamie, what, go now?
Did you draw that? Oh, I told her we have them, but not like I've never been. Because there's the one that's closest to me, I think, is in Lansing. And I don't go to Lansing very often.
There's one right by my house, but I don't do lines. I don't like lines.
Well, you're a lawyer. I don't believe you. Facts not in evidence.
I feel like, yeah, it's like a 45-minute drive, and I don't think that's like, is it that good that I drive 45 minutes for it?
So the spider bite goes to motive. So it's kind of relevant. It's just dumb to spend so much time on it. It's not like it wasn't relevant at all.
But what Sarah will also tell you is that on the floor of that
You've never been to I've been to a Jack in the Box down south, not in Michigan. We don't have them in Michigan. Or like out westish, kind of. It's not that good to drive 45 minutes. Or
Exactly.
no, we're talking about Chick-fil-A, driving to Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
Which apparently is amazing, but I've never been and I don't care enough. I'll go to KFC.
I do like KFC.
Baker, you guys have KFC?
We have KFC, but I don't know why people like it. It's so shitty. It's really, really bad. I never had KFC that's good. We have one right in the center of Copenhagen at the, Rådhuspladsen, the city center, the big one next to Tivoli.
Mm-hmm. Where all the bicycles are.
That's bicycles everywhere in Copenhagen. But there's one there, I think it's one of the oldest in Scandinavia, and it's just so nasty. It's just there's a Burger King almost next to it, and that's really nasty too. That's where every drunk person goes and I have to get rid of the things on the floor, and it's just nasty places. And then we had a new one out in a shopping center where we had our first mass shooting last year. The trial is ongoing right now, actually. And I went there with my children twice because I thought the first time it was a mistake. They had done something wrong, but the food almost inedible. It was really bad. I had Taco Bell and I thought it was better.
I used to work at a KFC, so I always liked it, but haven't had it in a while, I should say. Actually, we had it a couple weeks ago. I mean, it's okay. It's not the best.
What's your favorite then?
Who's sneakier, a ninja spider or a door-to-door vampire? That's what we need to know. I would say the ninja spider because that has a more potential to be real than Letitia Stock's BS. I'm gonna say.
She yelled at him.
Did you ask me what I like best, Jamie?
Both of you. I said, then what's your favorite?
of that phone call.
I assume you got something different than
Ooh.
us.
Hang on.
Over
We
the
got
next
action in our
few
case.
years,
Ooh, Dr.
Just come
Stern
back
is
to
there.
say, well, we're just gonna have a break. No, gentlemen, we we don't have cameras in court. That's why I covered it like I did with the 231 piece girl.
Just a state is arrested, and before we open our case, we would like to make for the record, a motion for a directed verdict of acquittal
Go ahead.
for the court to rule upon. Judge, we do not believe the state has met their prima facie.
Why didn't they do that this morning?
You don't.
Very good. Your motion.
His motion was literally
with regard
one
to all
sentence.
counts.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He spent
Your-
longer
your-
announcing
your
that he
motion
was
is-
bringing his motion for a directed verdict
Okay.
than his actual
Between the jury
motion.
and- Well, the defendant's already here, so we can.
That was one of those, we're just spinning the
And let's
wheels.
get,
We have to say
Dr.
this.
Stern is ready to come in at a moment's notice, yes?
The judge was like, okay, it's on the record, thanks.
She's
Let's
ready.
just move to
Yeah. See you later.
Oh my God.
this case. So what's the question? What's my favorite fast food restaurant? Is that the question?
Yeah, I just asked what was your favorite.
Arby's. They have the beef.
Yeah, that's like my favorite too.
When I visited the US the first time, I liked Dairy Queens, but I heard that that's been going downhill. In
Dairy
Denmark,
Queens don't sell a lot of food anymore. They used to. There's still one up north of me that has like hot dogs and burgers and stuff, but most of the time it's just ice cream anymore.
The ice cream is amazing, Mom.
Yeah, it's all right.
yeah, but
Well, yeah, you can get better, I'm sure. But
if I have to pick something up on the road, it's a toss up.
Welcome.
Burger King is always a disappointment, but
Thank you, everybody.
I like
Please
their
have a
fries.
seat. Mr.
Yes,
Peña,
sometimes the
as you know,
ceiling
the state
tiles
has
are more.
rested. Do you intend to call any witnesses? Dr. Corinne Stern?
You know what I always find funny? Like you saw, so we've seen all the behind the scenes stuff involving her, and the jury sees none of it. So they come out and they're like, "Oh, the defense calls Dr. Stern." They have no idea the nonsense that went on earlier today. It's very orchestrated, right?
Could we please pinch to zoom on the lady in the red dress? The one who just
In the
walked in.
back.
Yeah.
I believe that you have been sworn in, but since I released
She's
you.
got
I'm
very
gonna
like
swear you in one more
Dallas-like
time.
hair, doesn't she? In the back.
She got her scrubs on?
I did. Thank you. Please come around here, the witness chair.
Oh, the doctor. Oh, they called her in from the. She was halfway through a body when they called her.
Or lower the mic a little bit if you'd like. Thank you.
oh, this woman, I swear.
Where's her
Mr.
checkered
Boggs, you'll be
pantsuit
doing the
that she
examination.
wears every time she
Yes, sir.
testifies?
Thank you. You may begin.
Right.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here.
Sure.
Ma'am, just so everyone, well, let me start. We did not meet last week. My name is William Boggs. Thank you
Oh
for
no,
your
it's her
patience.
again.
You testified last week as an expert for the district attorney. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And I just I want everyone to understand your qualifications
Sure.
and your educational background.
Absolutely.
And that was something about which you testified last week,
Okay.
correct?
Yes, sir. I did.
And ma'am, you do not hold a MD license.
The
is that
defendant looks
correct?
like he knows he's going.
No,
away.
not an
You just
MD.
hope he's not going to the Green Mile.
You are a doctor of osteopathic medicine. is that correct?
Osteopathic medicine. Yes, sir.
And could you explain to us what the difference between a MD and a osteopathic doctor means?
Absolutely. So an MD, we call that allopathic medicine, and a DO we call osteopathic medicine. And it's just the type of training the 4 years of medical school. It's osteopathic medicine is just a little different way of looking at medicine. So we use a more holistic approach, not as in holistic medicine, but in a holistic approach to the body, as in structure affects
Essential
function.
oils, massage.
So in other words, we don't want to just treat
A
the
little
symptom.
different.
We want to get to the cause of the symptoms and treat that. So there's a few more courses we take. We go all our summers.
Can you
We
pause it for a
take-
second?
Yeah.
I know she's been called in at a moment, and but how much are you willing to bet me that the state has said, leave your scrubs on, and is it a kipper she has on her head and the Star of David?
Yeah.
She's not looking like a professional witness today. She's looking, oh, I'm just a worker, like under the
Like
thing we
all
can't
of you members of the jury. And
Yeah.
my hands are in it currently. I'm not like some analytic or educational professor or something. I'm actually doing this kind of work. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, and she's been told that because they're going to attack her credibility as a professional, and then look as professional as possible. Look at you like you just walk out of the morgue. It's just funny to see how different she looks than last week.
Yes, she looked very put together last week, and now she looks, like I said, she looks like she just crawled out of a body to come here.
Osteopathic manipulative
She
medicine,
does, right?
sports medicine, and
But when
and
someone
other
says they do
things that
holistic
focus
medicine,
on
I
looking
immediately
at,
think essential
at the body
oils
as
and
a
like
whole, if
massage.
you will.
You
It's
do
just a
Reiki.
different method of teaching while in medical
Oh,
school.
good old Reiki.
And so, ma'am, you indicated that osteopathic medicine deals with the entire body, correct?
Well, yes.
So, for instance, the American Association of Osteopathy strongly recommends yoga, for instance, correct, ma'am? Is that do I
Not
understand that
not when I was in yoga wasn't a thing when I was in medical school, but they
It's
may
only
now.
existed for like
I
3,000
don't know.
years. Yeah, yoga wasn't a thing.
For instance, if you visit the American Association of Osteopathy website today, they will.
Oh, I thought it was kipper, but I didn't
Okay, so
believe
this
that
is no
Jewish
impediment
ladies
to yoga,
wore
but that is
those.
an
So
example
I was
of,
wondering.
the approach of osteopathy.
Oh, I believe it
correct?
because
Could
we
have
put
been
a
a
big
fascinator.
emphasis on staying physically healthy. So I can understand that they would be promoting yoga. Yoga was just not
See
a
you, Lefty.
popular thing when
Bye,
I was
Lefty.
in school way back when.
Bye.
And
Go play your video games.
you on direct examination with Mr. Alanese indicated that you do forensic pathology. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, are you a board certified pathologist, ma'am?
No, I am not.
Okay.
That was the big
And,
question they wanted.
You remember being asked, because you indicated on, I apologize, let me back up a little bit. On direct examination, you were asked by Mr. Alanese about your qualifications.
Yes.
You recall that? And you said that Mr. Alanese asked, and I'm looking at page 146 of the draft transcript, which is, okay, can you tell us a little bit about your education background and your training that qualifies you in this field as a medical examiner? And you answered, sure. I received my undergraduate degree in medical technology from the University of Mary Hardin Baylor in Belton. I graduated from medical school at the University of North Texas Health Science Center in Fort Worth. I have a master's degree in public health. I went to medical school at the university, did my residency at the University of Hawaii at Manoa and Honolulu. I then did a surgical pathology fellowship at the University of Texas Health Science Center in San Antonio. And I did my forensic medicine fellowship with the Office
Right,
of the Armed
exactly,
Forces Medical
MG.
Examiner in Washington, D.C. I'm licensed to practice medicine.
I think
in the
Lefty
state
just
of
projects
Texas.
when he calls
I
us
passed my
nerds.
forensic boards in 2001. I'm a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners and the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. You remember that question
Yes.
and that answer, ma'am?
Yes.
So when you said
She
I
lied
passed
to
my
us.
forensic boards in 2001, you did not mean as a board certified pathologist.
No.
Is that correct?
Just my forensic board exam. That's
This is a
correct.
weak,
So,
weak cross.
Now,
And this is
you
everything.
were asked by
Well, it's
Like on a
not
drug.
really.
Pennsylvania on
Yeah, this is their entire
cross-examination.
defense, right?
I'm gonna object at this point in time because now she has.
Is he sitting there thinking, well, at least I'm out of prison?
And I said cross, but it's really direct. However, he could ask to treat her as a hostile witness and ask her leading questions, essentially as a cross, and do a much better job. They're phoning it in. They're just phoning it in. It's not a very strong approach. That defendant, he knows he's going away.
Yeah, and he's just sitting there. Why am I here? But at least I can see the sun today.
Yep, and I'm not in a jail cell. And because he's a federal officer, I bet you he's on one of those lockdown, like 23 hours a day in his cell.
Oh, I bet, yeah.
This way, I think you should approach, please.
We're law nerds. It's finer than gaming nerds.
That's right. We're intellectuals.
We wear glasses and not the blue ones.
That's right. There's a hierarchy of nerddom, all right?
I like all nerd things.
I'm a geek, thank you. Yeah, I agree. My son was talking about marching band. He was in it for a couple of years. He said, I don't want to do anymore. They're all nerds. I said, but the nerds are the ones that get the girls when they're older.
Yeah.
I used to play in a marching band. I'm not sure that's facts, not in evidence. I think you have to play the drums, not the tuba.
All right, fair enough. Oh, he plays both. He plays actually the tuba and the drums. So there, he's got both covered.
Good skill.
Right.
What did you say they called it? Rizzing, or I don't remember when they get the ladies.
Wait, what?
What did you call it? Oh God, no! I'm not even gonna try to remember.
I don't even know. What?
Like the kids use it nowadays. A term. You said it.
Oh God, I don't know. They use terms that I speculate on.
Kids these days.
We all had to look it up because we were like, "What is that?"
Yeah, everyone look it up and put it in chat. What's the term the kids are using when they?
Was that it? What it was, Farrell? I don't.
Oh, I remember. Yeah, grizzle, right? Glizzy? No, it's like grizzle. Grizzle, I think, is what my son was saying the other day. It was like, yeah, it's something grizzle, and it meant like he was getting the ladies, or the ladies were into him, or something. I don't know. So dumb. At this point, yeah, bearding is exactly what it is.
Well, I heard it somewhere else, and I was like, "That is not a thing. No way. This is."
Yeah, apparently it is. They just make up words, sounds. We're like, all right, this is what we're doing now. This is what we're calling it.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, kids.
So when you were asked what it meant to pass your boards last
Rizzo.
week,
Was it Rizzo?
Board of Pathology. Am I understanding you correctly?
That's not the question he asked me.
Okay.
Yes, I agree. We are way too old.
Were you asked
Hey,
the following
I'm not
question?
old.
Did you
Get
give
outta
the
here.
following answer? Okay, doctor.
I'm old. And
Jamie,
after watching this trial,
Jamie.
I'm feeling older.
I don't.
I hate to break it to you. You're old. You're
No.
old. You're old. You're part of my generation. You're
I
old.
refuse to identify as old.
Mentioned
You,
that you
re-
passed
you
your
remember that
boards.
90210
What exactly
was a
were
good
you
series, not just some crap on Netflix. So
Right? Yeah.
referring
I
to?
remember a lot.
And your answer, the American Academy of Forensic, the American Academy, the American Board of Pathology, my forensic medicine boards given by the American Board of Pathology.
Clinton. I had to think of his
You
name.
remember
Clinton
being
made
asked that
jazz
question
sexy.
and giving that
Or the
answer?
Yeah.
sax sexy.
Well, I remember him asking me
The
what the
first black man in the
organization
White
was.
House.
I can't remember word for word
He was.
exactly.
I can remember that.
him asking me what the organization was, and I remember telling him I did pass my forensic medicine board.
And would it
He's
reflect
trying
your
to impeach her,
recollection
but he's
to
doing a
see
very bad job of it.
copy of your testimony, ma'am?
Trying to say she
No,
wasn't
I'm-
credible during her first testimony.
I'm
And
answering
her
you what I remember
testimony
telling
was
him.
totally irrelevant to the murder
The same
case.
thing.
So
It's only relative to motive.
Okay.
Okay, so last week, and I just want this for the record to be clear, when you were asked by Mr. Pena, right, what you were referring to when you said, I passed my boards.
Farrell's on a
you
bit of
listed
a
the American
delay.
Board of Pathology. Did you not, ma'am?
When he asked me what the organization was, yes.
Okay. And so, but today you're telling us you are not a board certified member of the American Board of Pathology, correct?
I never said I was, and I'm not.
So when Mr. Pena asked you what the organizations were, you listed American Board of Pathology though, correct?
Yes, that's where I took the exam.
I'll be right
But
back.
you're not a board certified.
The court is calling me.
Member of the American Board of Pathology.
No, I am not a board member certified of them, but I did pass my forensic medicine board exam.
And ma'am, in fact, back in 2009, so some
I don't get
14
the
years
point of this.
ago, you were one
Not
of
gonna
only
save him.
2 medical examiners in all of Texas that were not a board certified member of the American Board of Pathology, correct?
Oh, I have no idea.
That's complete speculation on her part as to who.
Well, she can answer.
I have no idea.
Okay. Well, in fact, you were contacted by Channel 5.
She's
Dallas
always been that
NBC
way.
News for a comment on
Very
your lack of
testy.
qualifications, correct?
I'm gonna object to the relevancy of this question, and he is harassing the witnesses.
I'm over.
I have no idea. I do not remember that. Absolutely not.
And you declined to comment, correct?
I have no idea. I do not remember that at all, Judge.
And
No recollection.
Whatever you remember.
Okay.
And the other medical examiner who was not board certified in El Paso
No.
said he was going to seek his
I'm
board
going to object to
certification.
that question.
I just don't-
Proper hearsay.
I just think all of this is so stupid.
The witness is testifying as an expert, Your Honor.
They're
She's
gonna
allowed me to
discredit her,
present
and then what's that gonna do? Doesn't make any of the other facts irrelevant.
Just rephrase your question.
Hey, taste the venom. We're on the one and only defense witness, and they're doing a bad job of it. We need to bring the spider in.
At this point,
What's a doctor that
Ma'am,
or a scientist that
last week was a
specializes in
discussion
like
about,
spiders? That's who
your
they need to
experience
call.
in Alabama, correct?
Why
Remember
not? Make
that?
it all about the spider.
And you wish you never left Texas. Is that correct, ma'am?
That's correct.
My memory? Okay. And you'd had a poor experience in Alabama where you were the state medical examiner for the Department of Forensic Science, correct?
I'm gonna object. She's already been asked and answered and cross-examined on this topic.
It doesn't matter. It's his direct. He can ask it again.
I think, I understand what you're saying. I think that they have the opportunity to call her as their.
it's an
Yep,
arachnologist.
exactly.
If they'd
An
like to do that.
arachnologist. Is-
An arachnologist. Okay.
Yeah, like arachnophobia, it's arachnologist.
Just Jen, yes. Seriously, this is their only defense witness. I wanted to explain what was going on here. So if you remember cross of this one, they went into a lot of impeachment about her in this case in Alabama where she wrongfully determined the death of a fetus to be like strangulation or something, and it turned out to be stillborn. Sent a guy away to prison for a while until he was eventually acquitted. 6 other people testified in the opposite opinion when she was eventually sued over it. So they cross-examined her during the state's case in chief. And they're examining her now about the same issue. The state objected, saying, asked and answered. She already testified to this on the cross. And the judge correctly said, well, they still have the opportunity to call her on direct and go into this. And so he's going to allow the questioning. So I just wanted to point that out. That you're not limited to cross-examination questions or anything when you call the witness again on direct.
Now, I don't think I can limit that situation. Overall.
And
Good rule,
the
Judge.
very organization that you were the head of disputed your findings in a death penalty case. Isn't that correct,
It's
ma'am?
pretty bad.
Yes, after I left.
And last week you indicated it was because of defense experts. Do you recall that, ma'am?
Riz.
Yes,
That's what it was.
that's what I believe.
Riz.
It was
Yes,
actually the district attorney who dismissed that case. Isn't that correct?
that's correct.
That was already asked and answered last week.
And ma'am, you said that was after you already left. In fact, you sued the Alabama Department of Forensics Science after you left. Isn't
I'm
that
gonna
correct?
object again. It's just badgering and try to attack her character, Your Honor, has nothing to do with the.
Why are you so scared of these questions, State?
Outside the scope.
I understand. Overruled.
Yes, that's not correct. That was before I left.
You sued them before you left.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, if I could have just one moment to confirm.
You know, it reminds me of a case I had where the prosecutor kept objecting, and every time he would get angrier and angrier. So I kept going down that line of question. I'd like push it in every once in a while. And at one point, he like got all red faced and banged down the table and made him look like a fool in front of the
I
jury.
can have a combative manner. I apologize.
You're fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
I pass the witness.
Any questions?
Hello, Dr. Stern. Let's back up here a little bit and talk and explain to the jury what board examinations and certifications you have. If you
Oh,
can.
okay. So I am a diplomat of the National Board of Osteopathic Medical Examiners. I don't remember the year. I did pass my forensic medicine board exam given by the American Board of Pathology. I believe that was in 2001. I'm licensed to practice in the state of Texas. I am a fellow of the National Association of Medical Examiners, and I'm a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences in the biology section.
This other question that they're making a big deal about, which is the being a diplomat.
Objection to the form of the question.
I would object to that too.
You open the
This
door
question
up.
they're making a big
Sustain,
deal.
simplify, sustain.
Yes. Good call, Judge. Actually, this judge is good.
That you're not a diplomat of the, is it the American,
That's the American Board of Pathology.
okay. Is that required for the job you do?
Oh, absolutely not.
Are you a diplomat of any of the boards, any other association?
Well, the National Board of Osteopathic Medical Examiners. I am a diplomat.
Okay, and what are the, I guess, what are the requirements to become a diplomat?
Oh, well, it's a 3-part exam, and you must pass all 3 parts. And I passed all 3 parts.
This is who we need to
Your
call.
American Board of Pathology, when
Yep.
did you pass that exam?
That's a spider.
2001.
Yeah.
Okay, is that a specialty exam?
Yes, that's a subspecialty exam. Yes,
I love that
And
movie.
when you say my
That's
board,
a great
what does that
movie.
mean?
Very underrated. I remember
it's
that.
an exam. It's an
I hated
exam
it
given
back
by an organization
I was
called
so
a
scared
board.
Of
Okay. Do you know
It is a
what's-
board exam.
spiders back
Are
then,
you
but
familiar with the section under the code of criminal
I remember being in the movie theater and
Oh,
they
yes,
had all
sir.
these sound padding things on the sides of the walls
49.25
and looking
of the
up and
Texas
thinking
Code
there
of
were
Criminal
spiders crawling on them.
Do you meet all the requirements under that section to do your job?
Meet and exceed.
He's
Yes,
the
I
man for
do.
the job.
And
Yes.
how long have you been a medical examiner?
Well over 20 years.
Let
Baker,
me
question
ask
for you.
Doctor. Is it
Yeah,
common?
I believe they will have the jury instructions
your
today, but
findings
closing
or
will probably be
opinions
tomorrow.
are
They can't do
contested
closing in
or that other
an
colleagues
hour,
in the field
50 minutes. 50 minutes. You
But
said
the judge
3:30.
says the jury's going to be charged in an hour
No,
from
that
now.
happens in every single trial.
So I don't know what that means.
The prosecution has a witness.
It
and
means
in
I
a
can go to
civil
bed before
trial, the,
midnight.
Plaintiff has a witness, and then the defense
Oh,
attorneys, they have
you know,
their
the defense
witnesses
ain't
with their
got it
opinions. That's
today,
what being
probably.
an expert is all about. We're always questioned.
MG,
We're
how
always
much
questioned.
PTSD are you going to get from this image right here?
You may.
Remember the scene where he was spraying them and they wouldn't die, so he had to step on them and it was like squished to the bottom of his sole of his shoe?
I have to bring in the heavy stuff.
Oh my God.
It's like Jaws. When you watch that movie, you're not going
This is a copy
swimming.
of my CV.
Right. Oh, wait, hang on. This one.
Oh, how many times have I said don't F around in the ocean anyway? What's wrong with you people?
There you go, Jamie.
What? Stop, stop it.
Okay.
Oh.
So these are articles in peer-reviewed journals that I've written or co-authored.
Okay. Before you testify from that.
Yeah, see, that's what I said. Essential oils, massage, Reiki, whatever, stretching,
How do you say that? Reiki.
Reiki. hands. Let me lay my hands over you.
It's energy.
And I'm gonna transfer the force.
I had to learn that when I was in massage school.
Of course you went to massage school. Of course you did.
I did. I did it for like 6 months and then I hated it so much.
But do you do real massages or the wellness thing where you just need the
Like
deep
real
tissue stuff?
legit like
So
tissue
these
massage.
are articles in journals.
It's fun that you have to clarify that now.
Yeah, I know.
So you write an
We have
article, I did the
a
research.
massage
I wrote
parlor
the
out in
article, and then it's
we have a
there's
massage
on
parlor out in
every
a small town just north of my town, and they have a sign in the window: "No happy endings," because she's a Vietnamese.
Oh yeah, everyone defaults.
David, there's one in Flint across from my job that was
Yeah.
there for a long time.
Yeah.
One of the good ones are the ones who just do the back.
I know what it was.
When I was running more regularly, I have one down by me, and she got it was Thai, where they stand on you and they really work you out. But she would get joy out of like making me cry. I think she legitimately would. It hurt so bad, but it felt good the next day.
I go to a girl and she's 160 centimeters or something like that, and she's a small woman, and I was like, she can't really get into it. Every time I feel like she's bruised my entire body, but it's so amazing.
Murphs, if we are impatient, the jury is too.
Yeah, because we can make fun of each other and talk. They are just sitting there.
Cervical vaginal cytology in women treated with tamoxifen for breast carcinoma. I did some research to determine if women who use
Yes,
tamoxifen
I knew what you meant,
who used to
Tweety.
treat
Yes,
breast
a
cancer,
legitimate place.
was making any
Yes,
difference.
a
in
legit.
They can really help. I'm not knocking it, but the what was Iris, the crystals, and they stopped selling snake oil. They call it essential oil now.
Oh yeah, they taught us Reiki. I didn't really get into it because I didn't really.
Yes, let me just preface it by saying there's been probably.
Don't know that I knew that you were a certified yoga instructor, but
I do
cool.
quite a few
You got to do some
crossing-to-the-border
yoga
plans.
classes
I
for
do
us
quite a
in
few
Discord.
presentations around the country on border crossing fatalities. Myself and my office are subject matter experts on that, just because we see so much of that. That's a presentation I did at the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
I need to read
presented
blood and
twice
body
at
fluid
the
precautions.
symposium. One was
It
at
seems like a
American
page
Cancer
turner.
Corps. The other one was I presented at the
What was the name of that article?
between Mexico and the
Blood
United
and
States.
bodily fluid precautions.
Wear
Blood
gloves.
body
Don't
fluid
lick it.
precautions with
Yeah.
DMARC, that's the
If it's
Disaster
spraying,
Emergency
put a
Operational
finger in it.
Response Team. That is a division.
It's
of
okay,
the
great
National
success. We don't
Disaster
either.
Medical System. I do serve on that team.
We have
I
no clue.
mean, we know
and
what they're
I
doing with this
presented
lady, and
several
it's
times
just.
at our
We
conference.
okay.
I don't know.
So the state rested earlier today with a whole bunch of whimper, and then the defense decided that the only witness they were going to call is the state's ME back up to the stand again to essentially impeach her on the whole bug bite versus injection issue, which is not really an element of the crime. It only goes to motive. And so now that's what they're doing. And then the defense is going to rest. So that's where we are.
Well, and me being just a layperson, to me, it doesn't even matter.
It doesn't matter to me, and I'm not a layperson.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I'm
So we're just
saying
kind of
that-
talking over her and ignoring her.
Yeah, and right now they're just trying to provide evidence that she has some kind of expert background.
Because it wasn't even the bug bite that killed the baby, so why do we care?
Yeah, nobody's thinking he's guilty because of this bug bite, maybe injection. It's the stabbing and the unaliving that makes him guilty.
Yeah, and the cat treatment to his arms in the car.
Yeah,
He's what got it right.
licking himself the whole way to jail.
Due to an air emboli in the male. This was a case study I had. It was actually a case out of Alabama. I presented.
Did you see the one about the ballerina, the self-defense?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
Oh yeah. Yes. Yeah.
They had a
Jamie,
hearing
you and I
about
are
it
good.
today.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to
We're now
stream that
getting
over the
away
weekend,
from
I
the term
think.
SID,
I'm gonna stream that
sudden
2-day
infant death
hearing.
syndrome. We now use sudden unexpected infant deaths or
I was
sudden
watching a little bit of it,
unexpected
but
death in infancy. That's
I
what
needed
that
David
mnemonic
because
is
I was like,
for.
what are they talking about?
And I did present at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in Atlanta on this topic.
So the pediatrician in real time said it was a bug bite 3 times. And then this woman, after death, decides that it's an injection. She doesn't really
Because
offer any
the
evidence of it.
sister, because the sister
Okay.
called her and told her that's what she
Yeah.
thought would happen.
Yeah. That
And
was
then she
after the
changed
fact.
her mind.
Forensic
Mass, he
pathology
turned
lesson
down court
learned
audio
away
because
from
they're
Hurricane
just going
Katrina.
through her CV.
I can
did
pull it
serve
up.
as a
I just
forensic
wasn't
pathologist
bothering.
with the Disaster Mortuary Operational Response Team, and I was deployed to Hurricane. Spent 7 weeks there. I set up the portable morgue unit and worked. And
Grace,
this
it
was
doesn't matter
a
who you believe, in my opinion.
presentation I was asked
not
to
relevant.
give afterwards with my experience there. Mass fatalities and the role of the medical examiner. Again, that's one of my specialties.
I feel like we're going to have
presented
someone
that
in the
at
courtroom.
State Coroners Association
Come on,
meeting in
Mark.
Alabama.
Take some PTO.
Pediatric autopsy, I was asked to present at the National Child Abuse Symposium. I was approached and asked to present and put a presentation together about the best approaches for a pediatric autopsy. So autopsies in infants and children.
That was also in Alabama.
Yes. Lightning strike fatality in a hunter. This is also a case I had in Alabama. It was selected to be presented again at the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, and I presented it. The forensic pathologist and the role of radiology. I was approached one day, got a phone call from
No, they never asked her what
a
a
radiologist with the
board
Mississippi State
diplomat was.
Association
I
of
have no idea,
Radiology Technologists. She had seen a prior presentation and asked me if I would put something together explaining the role of radiology or the role of x-rays in forensic pathology. And I did travel to Mississippi to make that presentation. Texas death certificate and the role of the physician. Again, this is with the Texas Bureau of Vital Statistics.
I feel like this is a lot like trying to give CPR to someone who's standing upright and is alive and healthy and no issues at all. They're trying to revitalize this witness who apparently has been so impeached. We're going to go through her entire.
One of the binational conferences.
Mass has
with,
buyer's
Mexico.
remorse right now.
I did serve at 9/11. I was actually deployed the night of
Okay.
9/11 and served in New York.
Now you know why we turned it down.
And this, I was asked again afterwards to present some of my experiences as a forensic pathologist on the ground there.
I am a board. What's a board diplomat?
This was a case presentation.
Because I want to know what it
She's
was.
a board. She's
It
board.
just says that
Just
it's
like us.
Oh, I see. I got it now.
It was
Someone that
selected
has
to
like a
be
specialty
presented
or
at the
something.
National Association of Medical Examiners annual meeting, and that was a poster presentation. Aerospace pathology. I was
That
asked
better
to
not
make
go anywhere.
presentation,
That
which
case
would be
better
more
die
my,
quickly.
specialty where I trained with
What's-
Officer of Forces Medical
what's that
Examiners
case
and
about?
aerospace
That's
pathology.
the guy and the girl that he said that she
cardiac
like
psychosis.
tripped and injured herself, so he put her out of her misery and then came back home to Florida and went.
Oh,
and then
hid at his
unalived
mom and
themselves.
dad's place and went on the run again.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
so the
remember
parents of her are suing the parents of him, and it's dumb. It's more like what I see a constant trend of blaming third parties or other people for the intentional wrongful acts of third parties.
Presentation.
I just
This was a mass
we always
disaster
laugh in you
response.
Americans because we say you want
This
to
was a
sue
conference
everything,
across the
but
border. I was invited
it's
to
getting into
in
that
Mexico,
territory with
and I
these
was a
the mom and
panelist,
dad are
answering,
responsible because the kid
questions related to
Minecrafted
traumas
a
by
school.
forensic pathologist.
How?
Yeah.
Sudden and unexpected deaths from seizure disorders, a retro and prospective analysis. This was my subject of research when I was a resident in pathology. And
God, are you
presented some
serious right
findings at the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. Texas Society of Pathology.
It
I
is
was a
it's
poster
only relevant to
presenter.
motive.
This was actually,
And I know
poster
this is
on
a capital case, and they
infant
need to prove
dendritic
motive
cell
in order to get the
carcinoma.
death penalty.
I
But
had
I mean,
presented it at a
But
meeting.
again, she didn't prove anything other than it seemed to be a stab
And
wound.
then
They haven't found a needle. No one saw him with a needle. No one's. There's nothing that indicates he did it.
No used needle, no like no poison or whatever they had.
There's a horse that's been dead, laying out back for 3 days, smelling and decomposing, and they took the baseball bat back to it, is what they're doing right now.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were like literally if there was a horse are dead. Like, wait, what?
Metaphorically, Jamie.
Is that right that Zach Anderson has reached 30,000 right now? That would be amazing.
Nice.
Residence form. Oh, when I was a resident and also a fellow,
You got me there for
I was our resident delegate.
You don't actually beat horses.
I presented, I guess, the role of the physician assistants and pathology training programs. These were just
I see
presentations I was
25,000.
asked to give. The next one, the role of the pathologist as a vital member of the healthcare team. These were presentations I gave as a resident.
Well, there wasn't any breaking news about a horse.
These were actually resolutions where we were actually trying to change some.
I just start using air
laws
quotes
within
every
our
time I'm talking about a
organizations.
metaphor.
And so I presented on them.
Well, I know you have horses. That's why I was like confused for a sec.
Just leave them out back, decomposing. Really?
I was like, what?
Let nature take care of it. It smells for a couple of weeks, but
Well, Golden Key International Honor Society.
it's
I-
like the Lion King.
Based on grades, I'm sure.
I thought you were trying to
Delta
relate it to what
Epsilon
we were
Tau
talking
Honor Society. I think that was during my master's degree. I'm not exactly sure.
Don't worry, reindeer, so did I.
Grade Based. I was on the president and dean's list when I was at the university.
University.
Oh, NDMS. Oh, gave me the
University.
2008 Distinguished Team Member Award. That's from the Disaster Mortuary Operational Response
I hate
Team
people
for
who
my service
don't
through
put the
years.
correct numbers or the numbers in the correct order.
The 2005
Well, Lefty, this is-
2008.
Cross Hero of the Pass.
Oh, you're talking
that
about the
was-
dates?
I was
Yeah,
nominated
2008
for
distinguished,
this award
2005
along with several
American Red
other
Cross.
physicians, and
Put it in the right
I was
order.
actually picked to
I'll be right
receive
back.
it based on.
Okay,
I
bye.
call it an act of heroism. I was given it. It was based on my work with organ and tissue donation and recovery.
Boom,
Mr.
boom, boom.
The document's already in evidence. You wish to go through the rest of her
Yeah,
college,
apparently, we're just gonna read through her credentials. This is
Yeah.
annoying.
And maybe we see her do an autopsy just to make sure she knows what she's doing. MT law, yeah, because she was a state witness, and now the defense brought her back to say that she didn't know her expertise, and then they're just reading her CV.
AFIP fellow
So-
symposium original manuscript, third place. That was on research that I did when I was at the Office of the Armed Forces Medical Examiner. Calendar Binford Scholarship. I received a scholarship to do my forensic medicine fellowship. That was typically only open to members of the armed forces, and I received a scholarship to do one as a civilian.
Well, Mass, it probably is the
first place
right way to
residency for
put in a
competition.
CV,
That
but
was
it's
on
annoying my
my
OCD. So,
research with
and I'm the captain now as David is
epilepsy
gone,
and
so
seizure disorders.
I will be annoyed.
Again, the Dean's Research Award on the same topic, and then Who's Who in American Colleges and Universities. My medical school nominated me for that.
Could they maybe play interpretive dance of her CV just to make it exciting?
Qualifications comply with the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure.
Yes, sir.
Are you currently conducting, or when was your most recent research project or anything current going on?
Still working with the border crossers with numbers and still developing policies, the best practice policies and procedures.
Now, you weren't the medical examiner that performed the autopsies in this case, correct?
No, sir.
But you did testify last week as to an opinion as to the injury on baby Dominic's leg, correct?
That's correct.
And do you still stand by that opinion?
100%.
And in your opinion, was it caused by a spider or insect bite?
No, it was not.
And what was your opinion as to what caused that injury?
This was a puncture wound. It was a deep puncture wound. In my opinion, it was caused by a large bore needle. That was most consistent with the injury that I saw.
Thank you, Dr. Stark.
Mass, that was the good thing about being a baker. You just showed up in the bakery. If you had
A lot of awards.
chemistry with the
Is that
chief,
what
you
we're
got
not
the job.
supposed to
We
conduct?
didn't send CVs.
Yes.
Okay, but I'd really like to talk about your testimony here last week, because today, as I understand, you're saying that you were not certified by the American Board of Pathology. You only passed the exam in 2001. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. You remember being asked by Mr. Pena when you were certified by the American Board of Pathology, and your answer being it was in 2001?
No, he never asked me about certification.
So, ma'am,
Saying it.
were you asked the following question, the following answer? Question, I see. So, and what day did you get certified? Answer, it was in 2001. You didn't.
I don't remember that question. I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to see a transcript of your testimony?
Well, I believe what you're telling me.
Well, ma'am, I apologize. That's very kind. But would it refresh your recollection to see?
I don't think it's going to make me remember him using the word certification.
So I just want to make sure the record is clear. You're denying that you were asked that question, or you do not recall whether you were asked that question?
I do not recall that question.
And you're saying it would not refresh your recollection?
Well, I can see it, but I don't independently recollect being asked
Who
that
freaking
question.
cares?
Now, on the state's examination just now by Mr. Alanese, he indicated, and he specifically pointed out some conferences that you presented at in Alabama, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that was in 2006, correct?
I think most of them were in 2006.
Now, all of those conferences were before the November 2006 Alabama case that we have discussed here in court, correct?
I don't know. I don't know that, but.
So once you left, for instance, the Alabama Forensic Commission, you were no longer presenting in Alabama on, for instance, pediatric autopsies.
No, I was
correct?
no longer presenting in Alabama.
And in fact, all those conferences that Mr. Alanese went through, right, pediatric autopsies, you didn't present on them anywhere, not just in Alabama, correct?
I'm sorry, what is your question?
You presented in Alabama in 2006 on pediatric autopsies.
Yes.
Okay. And you said you no longer presented in Alabama on pediatric autopsies. But the truth is, according to your resume, you didn't present on pediatric autopsies in any jurisdiction. Is that correct?
I guess I still don't understand your question. Alabama is a jurisdiction. I presented there.
After November of 2006,
Have I presented?
on pediatric autopsies in any jurisdiction?
Yeah, I believe I have. They're not on that. They're not on that CV there, but yes, I've presented at.
What did I miss? Oh, snap.
I've
She just
presented at
They are back at
conferences
redirect,
on
and
pediatric.
they're
I
back.
have.
You didn't do anything, and you don't have anything,
Yes,
and
that's
you
what
please.
I do, autopsies.
Did you
Yes.
say nothing?
But it's not
This
in your-
testimony got any livelier,
No,
it would be a
it's not in
funeral.
that
All right.
resume.
Well, she does autopsies, so
There are
she could
probably
do an
many,
autopsy
many
right here in this
more
courtroom because it's
presentations
there.
that I haven't listed. That's the resume gets.
Well, they're just arguing with her about what she said.
So I put some
for
pertinent things
testimony.
on there and,
Confuse the jury and send them away.
I know.
Judge, if I could just have one moment. I apologize.
Text
The
you.
best-
Yeah, this very poor jury.
Yeah, and I'm leaning towards this is the thing that gets him out of the DP. Not
It
the
could
one,
be.
not the one in prison, but the final one.
Yeah.
Jamie's
The
you're
final.
not, no fun when you're tired. I made a sexual joke and you didn't react.
Anything else?
I heard you.
Jamie needs to stay out of Lefty's late night streams.
You are now legally.
I wasn't.
Thank
You goes like at 2 a.m.
Oh,
I'm like
Make your time review.
sleepy.
5:33 was, yes, it was admitted. Thank you.
so now what are we
It's
doing,
him
court?
and Farrell that stay up till like 5 a.m. I don't know how you do
Now
it.
they'll bring the surprise
Mr. Peña.
ninja spider.
Do you have any other witnesses?
Uh-oh. I accidentally went live. No further witnesses is what he said. And then I clicked it so it went live. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I don't want this woman again.
I've passed.
Release.
Yeah, Grant. He's gonna be in a lot of pain and need a lot of cream.
Very good. Thank you.
All right, there's where we left off. No further witnesses.
Judge, at this time, we would move to admit under the business records exception what's been provided to the district attorney. Defendant's Exhibit 7, which is a self-authenticating document put out by
Hey, Salvador's got us close.
Martinez.
Oh, yes, let's read 1,000 documents into the record, please. That'll be awesome.
105.
So
Seven,
exciting.
any objection?
Killing my stream. I'm losing viewers.
They're like, F this.
Support me despite the content that I present.
I would have.
Judge, at this time, I'd like to publish, the document is 105 pages in total. We just have 5 pages to publish to the jury.
Go ahead.
Could we
The
get
document has been introduced and admitted into evidence.
a summary version?
There has been a request to publish a certain number of pages of that document,
How many pages?
and Mr. Barr will
105.
do that right now.
No, but he said there's been a request to publish a certain number. I was like, how many pages? I need to know how many pages we're publishing.
105.
Okay, what is this?
It's his test.
Okay, so these are self-authenticating medical records, which means someone has certified them and nobody's challenging them. So you don't need a witness on the stand. You could just show them to the jury, nice and slow, like.
Judge, I've changed the page. This is now page 44 of 105.
Go ahead.
She deserved it. I actually don't like that witness at all.
No, and I think bringing her back was probably a smart move.
I do too, actually, but you need a little more than just that. Okay, so the child was vaccinated.
No, this is him, Ronald.
Oh, that's his prescription. I'm sorry.
Jamie,
Jamie,
you
how many
work in
times do you
medical.
get
You can read.
prescriptions like that?
That's,
Can you read doctor's writing? It's worse than lawyer's math.
that's why it's rough.
Request to have it read dramatically in the voice of Pee Wee Herman. Potentially, especially if he gets the death sentence, I would say very much so. It's going to be an appealable issue in the with regard to that for sure. Tweety.
But as always, appeals are for losers, so it probably won't change much. He did a lot of testosterone
Oh,
for a young man.
I don't know.
Changing to page.
yeah. The skunk hair defense counsel is always very close to the defendant.
Jamie, what does it say?
Sir, you know, we have like,
I'm pausing it until you read it.
well, we have to like put it in a system when we get it like that, and you can like lighten it and zoom it in, and it's crazy what we have to do.
So you can actually read them?
Yeah.
God, doctors, just print them. My doctor
Oh.
prints them.
Yeah.
They're not digital anymore. They're electronically sent. I don't even see them.
My Danish teacher said I had the handwriting to be a doctor, but not the grades.
I got that same comment. Oh my God. Can we fast forward real life?
10 milliliter Val. Yeah.
Why don't just like blast this doctor's information to the whole world?
It doesn't matter. He's going to prison.
I know.
He'll be dead in a few years.
And, for this exhibit, Judge, that is all correct the pages. And,
Defendant 7 then has been admitted.
Oh, that's it? 1989.
You would want.
You just ruined your whole life, dude. You're a baby. Jesus.
I think I had my confirmation in 89.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's not that old. He's not as old as I thought he was.
He's like, what, 30, 34?
Maybe because I think of the Jersey Shore, I make him older in my mind.
Oh my God. His smugness went away. He's got a sadness in his eyes. I think you know where he's going.
He definitely knows where he's going. He knows that this did not go well for him. So a baby killed a baby. Pretty much.
Pretty much.
Is that an offense? Huh? Too bad he wasn't actually a baby, because then he would just get a juvenile record and be freed at 21.
Grant, you seem fun.
Oh, jeez.
Nice.
And serial killers normally pretty intelligent people. So
yeah, this is a very nice compliment. Yeah, sitting in a cell 23 hours a day ain't really living. Yeah, and you know he is, because he's a federal officer. He's under that protection. You know he's sitting in there 23 hours a day. He's let out for one day of rec. Let's see. As an attorney, would you tell your client to
prepare?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yep, I would. Prepare for a guilty verdict. Let's just argue death penalty. And I think they talked about that with him before the trial even started. And I think that's why the only thing that the defense said in opening statement was, don't kill my guy. Just give him life.
Yeah, again, what could you do? You couldn't really put up a defense because there's so much circumstantial evidence and he hasn't got any explanations for it.
No. And then the videos of where he was at and GPS killed him. So,
Tweety, based on your comments in chat over the various streams, I believe it. 1389 sounds about right.
I read the line 2 lines lower, so I knew what it was. I'm a fast reader.
Okay, nothing is going on.
This is just so boring. I'm sorry.
Salvador, I'm fairly jaded, so and from day one, I tell my clients straight up exactly what I think of their case or their position or their evidence or their attitude. So I don't know. I just tell them.
And I think you have to. And again, when you get into this line of work, you see things that normal people don't see. So you have to have Teflon on the soul, so you can put away all of this and go home and be a normal person.
Right. That's why we make jokes. That's why all attorneys make jokes. That's why most of my clients have funny little nicknames.
And it's the same if you're a paramedic or a police officer. You need to take, as my dad said, the worst thing was when they started sending them to psych eval after every major accident when he was a paramedic or firefighter or whatever you would call it. Because previously They had a smoke, they had a beer, they talked about, oh my God, that was a nasty scene. Now they had to go through it and through it and through it with a psychologist. And he said a lot of people became too aware about it.
Well, it's not so much that we're going to prison, Grant. It's we have to tell the client that they're going to prison for a very, very, very long time. And sometimes people have a hard time confronting others with the truth. I have the luxury of not caring enough and caring enough about myself to tell them straight up. Because, yes, the best way, like a Band-Aid, rip it right off. But also, I've had clients come back to me, you never told me this. I was like, yeah, absolutely, I did, right from the get-go. So if they try to grieve you or anything like that, you can be like, nope, I absolutely told you, and I told you in writing.
Yeah, because they could sue you afterwards if you said, no, we're getting you off. You, no problem. Yeah, they found you at the murder scene with the knife inside the victim, but I have a brilliant plan. Ninja spiders.
Ninja spiders.
Ninja spiders.
That's always
My go-to defense, ninja spiders.
Yeah. It's not the Chewbacca defense anymore. It's the ninja spiders.
Well, it does help the case too, and it also frames it in a way. It helps you see the other side, so you kind of know your enemy, right? One of the first rules of the art of war. And so, if you frame it in a way where my client's guilty and he's going to prison for the rest of his life, you start off looking at it that way. All right, now where can I start poking holes? Because I know what the other side's going to argue. It's very beneficial to do it that way. Let's see. Not even the guy's 3 hairs hanging out by a thread in a ponytail is entertaining. Nobody is entertaining at this point except for Baker and Jamie.
And Jamie isn't even getting my sexual innuendos anymore, so it's a bad case.
What's up with you today, Jamie?
This trial's making me a zombie.
Blame the trial.
And I am sleepy.
Set expectations. And so now I'm going to start setting expectations at the beginning of trials, because this is the second trial in a row where I've been third trial in a row third trial where I've really been let down with sort of the outcome and the petering out. Like, I was disappointed with the Anderson defense. I was disappointed at every turn with Letitia Stout. And this case just petered out. But I'm still bringing it to you. Is Jamie single? America Dreamer wants to know.
I plead the fifth.
She pleads the fifth. She won't tell us. We know she's got a little Salvador action on the side, though.
Oh, yeah.
But how could they do that? He's in Arizona, and Jamie is never leaving her house, so
Yeah, I don't leave my driveway.
only to yell at the neighbors.
Guaranteed Jamie yells at her neighbors.
Do not. They bother me. Apparently, they just
Yeah, they always
chat
start.
all the time.
It's always them. You threw the trash on the street. Your dog's barking.
No, they're always like, "What are you doing? Can I come over and just sit and talk for hours about nonsense?" Like, get out.
Broken Baker is single, yes. And we're working on a fund. Oh my God, why are we showing more pictures? We're working on a fund to bring him here to the U.S. Get off my lawn.
Oh, talking about spiders. Ask Søren how he feels about spiders.
Oh, how do you feel about spiders?
He's one of the biggest guys I know, and he cries like a baby if you mention spiders. He can't protect.
Has he seen Arachnophobia?
Have you seen Arachnophobia?
Of course, we've seen it.
Yeah, when you guys were kids running around together.
Watching spider movies.
Back when the movies were just fun, stupid fun movies. An hour and a half where you can just turn your brain off and be scared or have fun.
C-Swept wants to know why you threw the firework in the truck, Jamie. Yeah, you want to see what Jamie does? Here, let me play it while we're waiting on this. This is Jamie over the weekend.
Look at
That's
it.
her fault to be fired.
Oh my God! Oh fuck! Oh my God!
Oh wait, why is it being so weird?
That's
Hang on, let me-
lacking.
It's lagging. Let me back that up.
Oh shit! Oh my god! Oh fuck! Oh my god! Oh shit! Oh,
This
fuck
guy
no.
just lost all of his hearing.
Fuck no.
If you look at it though, the guy throws it and it hits him in the back of the shoulder and it like goes behind his seat. And he closes the door. I don't know what he's doing, why he closes the door.
Look at it. Oh shit! Oh my god! Oh fuck!
He doesn't realize it's in there.
Oh shit! Oh fuck no! Fuck no!
America. That's what we got.
No, I
Yes.
love. Me and my brother used to like bottle rockets at each other all the time when we were growing up.
Back it up, Terry. That's the freaking best. I gotta find that one.
This stream is going more off track than one of my Stab Your Day streams, and the purpose of Stab Your Day is to go off track. This is just, oh my god, it's boring. Son, I ain't afraid of birds. I just don't like snakes. But it's because snakes will kill you. Every snake is just out to kill somebody. That's why I'm never going to Australia if it existed.
Australia has a lot of weird animals.
We do.
Did you say we do?
No, I said they do. That's why it creeps me out. They got some like gross spiders and snakes. Some really poisonous ones.
You're gross snakes too.
Birds aren't real. What are we doing in this trial? Oh my god.
Us? Like in
No.
Michigan?
What?
Yeah, we are questioning what are we doing in this trial. Couldn't Jamie? We could log off and then Dave could call us when there's something happening.
Yeah.
Oh my god. It's
We'll
freaking
just-
trial.
We're gonna
Chat,
break up
should we
for
go
a
out
little
and get a
break.
drink, do something special?
You know what? I'm going off. Here, let's do this. This is a classic. This is an absolute classic firework video. If you guys have never seen this.
Is it the no?
This is awesome.
Hold the hand, Chico. Hey, hold on.
Car coming.
Two cars coming.
Two car coming. That's right.
You got two cars coming two different ways.
Baker, have you seen this?
Never.
Oh, this is awesome.
Bag up, Terry. Put in reverse, Terry. Put in reverse. Oh, Lord, Jesus. Oh, Lord. Oh, Jesus. What you doing, Terry? Terry,
Oh, that's back it up, Terry.
Oh my god.
Oh, that was pretty fun.
Back it up, Terry. Oh god. Mistress trial murder. Oh my god, what are they doing now? They're still freaking talking. Where's the jury? Is the jury just sitting there?
Yeah, because they're still showing
Look at this guy's
the
hair.
pictures.
It's gotten worse every day. He really loves that balloon he's combing.
He's looking so scared today. I can't get over it.
Because he knows it's done. There ain't nothing. Like, you have to know.
That's how the dude got in the wheelchair last year. Yeah.
This is Penny.
We'll see.
All right, so the defendants have rested. Is there, I understand, I want to put this on record that you had, Mr. Peña and Mr. Boggs, your defense team had opportunity prior to making that decision to rest, to speak to your client. Is that correct? Very good. Throughout the entire trial, you've had the opportunity to do that. Is that correct? And the decision, obviously, could you approach? I'm sorry.
Oh my god, you just got back from the freaking bench. Yes, you tell him. Oh, that was Baker. I thought that was Jamie.
Nope.
Snipe Nick again. I'm hoping that we get the closing arguments and we're done. Because if I snipe Nick and then we miss, then I got to go back. I'm not going back.
Going back.
I'm not going back. They're asking the defendant if he wants to testify. Okay, that would be sort of
Please
a
testify.
cherry on top of this cow pie that is this trial.
Please.
Testify, testify, testify.
Testify. Come on.
Come on, you can do it. He's nodding his head. Yeah, my client wants to testify. Yeah, what's he got to lose, right, Mads?
At this point.
Give us some entertainment or something. I doubt he's going to. He'd be stupid if he does, but testify, testify, testify. Come on, if we all if we all chat. God, I can't even say. If we all chant loud enough, he can hear us.
Testify, testify.
Okay, might as well testify right now.
Might as well.
We had the one and only witness, which was the state's witness, the ME, which confused the issue. I would not at all advise my client to testify. He'd be dumb if he did, but he definitely should for our sake. Come on, Tommy Chung, throw your client out there. Yes. The guy on the right, are we talking about his hair or because he's got some weird hair going on too? Like a weird part and it's poofy in front.
No, it's the older guy in front of the ponytail guy. He looks like he combed his hair with a balloon. Like you. Because it's just static electricity sticking up.
Let's see.
Yeah, see it. And then think of him just rubbing a balloon on his head right before court.
Yes, we advise your client to do so. Definitely. Jersey Shore is absolutely extremely unlikable. And look at him. Look at him. He's almost crying. I think he's guilty, so I don't have any sympathy for him. His fate is what he's thinking about. I don't think he's going to talk himself off the death penalty, so I don't know why he would testify.
No, and if he's that smug and it comes across that way on the stand, he could talk himself into the death penalty if the spider lady got him off.
Yeah, he could.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it, but what do I know?
Yes, Lefty is hosting movie night in Discord Sunday, 9 p.m. Eastern.
Is it the case of the traveling pants? I really like that movie.
Can't remember what movie it is, but it's definitely a chick flick.
What did he say?
I can't remember.
It's just to introduce this one. That would be the next exhibit.
Oh, it was 10 Things I Hate About You.
10 Things.
Oh, that's actually a great movie.
It's his favorite chick flick. I don't know if I've seen it since it came out.
I'm sorry to say, and I'm losing my man card, but I've seen it a lot of times. I like it.
I am currently
We have a rebuttal witness? Why?
Evidence custodian.
Why do we have a rebuttal
I've been with
witness?
the police department for 14 years.
You're a licensed police officer?
Yes, I am, sir.
And what's your current assignments and duties?
My current assignments for the past 3.5 years have been assigned to the property and evidence section.
My approach? I'm going to show you what Mark State's exhibit. 534.
What is this for? My God.
Yes, sir.
And
Baker, you're gonna host in the next one?
Oh, it depends what kind of trials I get suckered into.
You
Because-
messaged me about this one, sir.
No, I said, I looked at that trial, but I won't do it because you're doing it. And then you said, graciously, You can come on.
This
If you take all the boring days.
I tried. She does kind of look potato-ish, doesn't she?
The contents is a one fabric
Potatoes.
black in color satchel, quotation Live Strong Austin Marathon and Half Marathon, one pair of Nike tennis shoes.
Why is this relevant for rebuttal?
This is from case number
The defense rested.
18
And now we'll talk.
8810.
Is that the same case of the state of Texas versus Ronald Burgos-Aviles?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, so here's how things are supposed to work. I don't know. Maybe it's different in Texas. The state calls their case in chief. Call anybody they want, ask all the questions they want as long as it's relevant. The defense can cross, limited to that direct. Then the defense calls their case in chief. They can call whoever they want, ask any questions they want as long as it's relevant. The state then gets the cross very narrowly focused on those direct questions. Then the state gets an opportunity to call rebuttal witnesses specifically to rebut what was brought up on direct. The only thing that was brought up on direct was the medical examiner, on the defense case in chief. So why this? Why is this allowed? But why is it allowed?
Thank you.
That was it? The shoes? They forgot the shoes?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have received all of the evidence that you are receiving in this case. I'm about to send you in to the jury room.
What
Not
for?
the deliberation room yet, just the jury room right now. It will change hats here in a moment. Where I am going to discuss a couple of things here it shouldn't take very long at all. We have already discussed them ahead of time. And then I'll bring you back.
We heard that one
and
before.
I'll read you the instructions.
What did he say?
It wouldn't take very long.
Yeah, bullshit.
So I'm just going to go to bed because they won't be back till Monday or something like that.
Oh my God. No.
But won't there be any closing? If they're going to read the jury instructions?
The rebuttal should have been the spider. I agree. Okay, so what are they going to talk about off the record that they couldn't just do?
And Baker, you're not allowed to go anywhere. You're in it for the long haul, buddy.
When we had the
I got a clip Baker sent me. I'll play it. I just want to see if the judge is like got to take a siesta now or.
Yeah, I need a document now because we're going to talk about.
Hopefully, we're done now.
It's just finishing the jury instructions a bit.
Maybe you can go in and just say that. I'm going to get that printed. You all should
Okay.
You should send them a copy of it, the one you worked on here at the very last moment.
But if he gave them a 30 minutes maximum time allowance for closing, they could be done today. 3:30 till 4:30. They could go. Yeah.
Yeah.
They could read the jury instructions and then give them half an hour each, and the defense wouldn't use half an hour. So it's possible, and then we could have a verdict before I go to bed.
The defense is going to say like 3 words: "Don't kill him."
Yeah.
We know it doesn't look good, but his mom likes him.
You want to see the puppy? Here's the puppy.
Oh.
He's got a black eye. What'd you do to him?
It's. Say hi, Cece.
Hi, Cece.
She's a Saint Bernard mix, so she's got the little Saint Bernard.
Eliza, I just said he could have done it. I don't know if he have given them any time limits.
Stay with 45 minutes to 30 minutes.
Okay,
Yes.
get out of here.
Okay. Here is another.
Oh, I've seen this one.
Sent to me by Søren.
All right. Here we go. We're playing it.
Has now exploded. Run, he says. This is what film buffs call foreshadowing. Perhaps lighting the fireworks behind the van was a bad idea, though not that bad. Seconds later, it's every adult and child for themselves.
Oh my God. That's not fast forward either.
Yeah.
That'll buff right out.
Lawn furniture, and this family is definitely going to need a new van.
Okay, what's the rest of the stream? Oh, it's just like repeats it over and over. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah. That one's awesome. I removed
That's nuts.
it. There was somebody killed in Michigan this year with fireworks. That was bad. Won't there be a death penalty phase? So I don't know. I'm not a Texas lawyer, but from what I'm gathering, based off of the conduct of the defense counsel at the beginning, I believe this specific jury is going to also decide death. And that's why it's being hammered so hard. It was addressed during the opening statement. I imagine it's going to be addressed during the closing argument as well. So I don't think there'll be a penalty phase. This is how people get hurt. Yes. Okay. So let me tell you my fireworks story. We got Roman candles and they were fun, but I wasn't sure about the brand, how strong they would be. So I had these little wire things and I set it up at the end of the dock to fire out over the lake. So the first one went off, no problem, but then it knocked it over into the water. And then it fired it under the water, which was cool because it wouldn't like boom, like blew up a bunch of water. But then it spun itself around and then fired it towards the boats and under the dock. So things just blowing up underneath the dock, spraying water up. We thought that was very cool. So then I just lit one and threw it in the water. But that time, then it actually fired towards the boats and actually hit the boats and blew up like under the boats. And then lastly, so we decided to experiment. And we have these rocks piled up along the shore. So we wedged them so that they would fire like into the water right from the shoreline. And we fired them in like underwater and they'd pop up and they go, poof. It was cool. It was like a battlefield. It was awesome. That's my start. That's my fireworks story for the 4th. That's what I did.
Oh my God.
Where are we in this freaking trial?
Yeah, all good stories start with we had Roman.
We have Roman candles. Roman candles are tubes, maybe 2 feet long or however many centimeters you guys measure in. And it was, they fire balls of fire, I guess, out one end. And a lot of times people hold them and like shoot them at each other, but some of them can be really dangerous. So I didn't know what kind I bought. And I'm glad I didn't hold on to it because it was fairly powerful.
And never put them between the rocks so you block the end that the balls of fire is supposed to go out of. It gives a loud bang and then there's debris everywhere. So I haven't tried it. That would probably be illegal in Denmark, and I never break the law.
Never. Yeah, don't. Well, bottle rockets too. What's amazing is they fired underwater. They like went off. It was cool. Use trash can lids as a shield. Definitely. Yeah. You run around and you. There's a video of me and my son and my wife shooting at New Year's. The Roman candles, but they're like the little ones that just sort of go, and they don't hurt you. But these were powerful, so we weren't shooting them at each other. Real Roman candles were not as fun. I don't know what a real Roman candle is.
Well, Nero had more like a torch system in the Roman days. There was kind of a new religion around, and people may be in a position like this and lit on fire.
Oh, one of those.
Yeah, that could be great. Not great.
Snakes. I remember snakes. You guys, well, I don't know what kind of fireworks are legal. Jamie, do you remember snakes?
Yeah, those little hockey pucks that you light. And they light.
Yeah, and then it curls out like a snake.
Stupid. Yeah.
They were awesome. I had the little tank with wheels too, and it had rockets out the back, so it'd go, and then the cannon would fire at the front.
Those are fun. Those are fun.
Mostly the things that could go boom on the ground. If it's, we call it a battery. If it's in those and it shoots it into the air and go boom, it's okay. But
Sweden, they're allowed big ones.
Yeah, but I never heard about anyone going to Germany and buying any of those. We can call them cannon bombs, but we wouldn't do that. No, none of my friends would ever do stuff like that because that would be illegal. And,
I forgot. My mom's in the chat. She's like, it wasn't cool for me when they started going off under the dock. She was there. So you don't go to Sweden and buy the big ones?
If we're going to go across the border, we go to Germany. Germany is, it's first of all, it's easier to go to Germany. I don't have to pay 2 times to go across bridges, and then we can buy more stuff because it's cheaper down there. The only thing I would buy in Sweden would be I would never buy illegal fireworks in Sweden. But if you were to go to Germany, you can buy cheap beer. So we go down there and do that.
Yeah, I don't recommend actually using dynamite. That sounds fairly dangerous.
My family actually spends like their life savings on fireworks every year. So.
Well, I usually don't buy them because my next door neighbors will spend like a month's salary on fireworks and launch them out in the street in front of our house. So we just sit out there and watch them. Mm-hmm. Why spend the money if they're going to do all the work?
In military, we have to simulate artillery strikes. We have what we call blue lightnings, and it's every course instructor have put one of those under a battle helmet to see how far they can blow them up into the air. It's always a fun day. So we did that a lot. And again, it would be illegal, but some of the people who worked in the military could potentially have made some of those disappear so that you could fire them off outside of base. But it's a rumor. I have no evidence because that would be illegal.
That's right. All right, let's do this. I don't know what he's talking about.
Demonstration or kick a narcotics dog sniffing at your bag. The U.S. government
was
has
streaming a
message.
trial. What
Keep
happened?
your paws off, or you will go to jail.
Maybe they're like on lunch or something or a break or.
Oh, maybe.
Okay.
But didn't he start a delayed stream?
Which went into
No, the trial didn't start till like 2:00 our time.
Okay, that's crazy.
Yeah, he's live now.
What date this is?
What's holy? He knäpped it up.
Pages don't add dates to their.
He got the Swedish commercials.
This is an article from August 9, 2000.
Oh, yeah, he's pulling up Swedish internet. That was the funny thing is every time I would get like an ad that popped up or something like that when I'm in Sweden, I have no idea what it says or what it's for. Or like the do you consent to cookies thing that pops up. I have no idea what it says. I just hit a random button.
Even if you could understand what it was saying, you're just saying, yeah, sure.
Exactly.
The only thing you can't lie on the internet is, are you more than 18 years old?
Okay.
Well,
you can't
I'm
lie on
safe
that
there.
one.
Let me see if he answers.
United States Police Canine Association and the Humane Society believe the new law will not only provide more protection for the animals.
That's 1:40 in Arizona lunch break. Maybe.
So they are an hour after Texas.
Yeah, Arizona is.
And as Russell
Americans get it together. Draw a line in the middle of the country, and everyone just do that time.
So China does.
Yeah.
China does one time throughout the whole continent, and so somebody is like waking up with the sunrise, and someone is going to bed, the sun's still up or something. I can't remember what it was. One time for the whole continent. It's just like a quarter of the earth. It's one time zone.
We're hoping that
Arizona is even dumber than anybody else because they're the only ones that don't celebrate daylight savings time.
From hurting a federal law enforcement
They're just like the one state that doesn't do it.
The animals were classified as a piece of equipment. Like
we celebrate daylight savings.
No, Arizona doesn't.
Oh.
Well,
so I guess they just decided not to.
So they're 2 hours behind now.
No, the animal is not a person. The bond with the human officer is.
Well, the court decided, in our case that we're streaming, the court decided it was going to take a break.
Now, I also know
which always lasts hours.
I think Steve Leto covered this.
Oh, Steve Leto.
That there is a challenge towards, especially.
Now Nicholas is streaming there at lunch.
If they are actually
everybody take a look on the screen. Nicholas and I are not the
what
same
they
person.
claim, like sniffing out narcotics,
We have different
or if it
tattoos.
is by direction from the handler. For instance, I believe the case was a dog marking for narcotics in a car. So they turned the car inside out and found nothing.
100% same person, says
Then
Farrell.
Yes, he would know.
Dog handler's body cam appeared. And through that, the defense of this man could argue successfully towards the court that it was by
She can't be a real bird because birds aren't real.
that the dog sat down and marked for narcotics.
Oh, that's the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Did you hear that before today?
When we were on your stream, Flux mentioned it, but she didn't get into it like deeply.
Back, so we watch each other.
But that is funny.
I can say
Back
chat.
to,
Nicholas can't
Sarah.
use the sound. That's the easiest way to decide who is who. And I don't have this glorious hair.
Talk more about Sarah. I do my best to keep you entertained until they.
So do we, but just by streaming Nick.
Comes back.
Yeah.
He should
Keep us
stream
entertained too.
him. That would be funny.
Normally I have the energy. I'm done with this case.
My girlfriend calls me more or less a hermit.
Well, you better hurry.
How was the States
If I
opening?
don't
Should we
have
go
to
back
leave the
and watch
farm,
some of the States opening?
I don't.
You guys want to?
That's just-
Let me know in the chat.
But she
Or Jamie
convinces
and
me
Baker, what do you guys
sometimes
want to do?
I
I'm
need
just
to,
down
help-
for the
help
ride.
her with stuff and,
I'm contemplating
go
a
at
rope,
least and stuff
a
like that.
tree, and a note.
Yeah, that's very entertaining.
Make him drink.
Her ways of bribing me is
Don't do
very
that,
successful.
please.
It contains
You're my
food
Saturday
and nudity.
buddy.
Yeah.
Wait, who? Oh wait, hang on. I'm not gonna do it on here because I think my credit card information pops up. I'm gonna do it from my phone.
Well, let's see.
She's very
I don't
good
have
at
a pen
bribing
and
me.
paper
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah, so we
You just take a screenshot.
shop
It'll be online afterwards. I'm not pulling my
Uh,
stream down,
and-
so
if I go to her to a shopping mall, acting as a packing mule.
thank you,
she has
Søren.
to go
I knew you would
out
be a friend in need.
and act interested.
And
Oh, I have a few people in my life that are flat earthers.
So yeah,
and
we have
And-
we have.
and Søren, please leave the DNA on the rope.
But yeah, Sarah, yes.
Yeah, I had some friends going into this, both the flat Earth and then the chemtrails.
If you turn on any streaming service,
And I was,
or
are
visit
you
any
kidding me?
bookstore, you will undoubtedly come across
And then
a dozen of
they
true
went
crime TV
ape
shows, movies,
something
podcasts, and books.
and sent me all the evidence. And I just thought, that's
They
why
want-
there's a block button on Facebook.
They want to prove it to you. There was
Not for
one guy
10
I was
bucks.
talking to that was
And I
like
have
talking
work
about
tomorrow.
how we're
Oh
actually
damn it!
dome.
Not for 10
and I
bucks,
was
and he's
like,
got work
If you
tomorrow.
want me to drink today, you
what,
have to make it
what'd you say
worthwhile.
now? We're in a dome?
That's-
and
that's
he was
just
talking
it.
about the mountains and
Thank you for your
I don't
$10
even
super
know.
chat. And
And
yeah,
everyone knows we are on the inside of a
if you want, then I have
marble
to
that
take
the
the morning
giants are
off
playing
tomorrow,
with.
and then
So
you have to make it
Yeah.
worthwhile.
the
for
world,
you to
the
go
Earth
to
is round.
bed.
that's what he was like talking about. And I was like, okay.
Thank you
Cool.
so much, David.
He's not taking my. He's not taking it. He's just too cheap. He's got work tomorrow.
Wentcraft
What'd
Murray,
you do?
from the same
I
You
super
send
chatted
it-
him $10 to take a shot. We're watching him.
I just I can allegedly
The moon not being real.
not at work because
Which
Oh, I
moon?
Earth is
forgot
flat.
that one.
You guys see
Drivers
mud
are
flood?
most of the time. Yeah. So
You guys know
But
what the
the-
mud flood is?
for me,
There's 3 moons. So which moon?
and it's a quarter to
what is
11
the mud
here
flood?
in Sweden.
Hang on. Let me see if I can
Normally,
find something on it.
I'm at work at 7:30. So
feel like
if you want,
That's the one I'm thinking
if
of.
you want me to, well, then again, we have the whole afternoon of trial.
Yes, we do.
And
need
if
this.
I get wasted. That's not good for at least a part of the people.
I gotta
who
find
watch
it here.
this.
Why does Nicholas already sound like we do? We've been at this for a week.
But I will try to entertain you.
It must
It's
have
just
been a
starting.
real boring opening.
Hello,
It's,
Pharaoh. Entertain us, Nick. David's trial is boring AF.
thanks, Farrell.
Yeah.
We heard that.
Jajamän, jag är svensk. I'm guessing that Cindy Wiklund is Swedish. Yes, Cindy, I am Swedish.
You can read that much, can't you?
What's that?
Where was I?
Farrell.
Either talking about Sarah. Well, but
She asked, "Are du
about
svensk?"
me being a recluse or basically a hermit.
You should be able to translate
was
that bit.
I was
Okay, I got like 12 streams up now.
I had, what you call it, my expectations of the rest of my life being, I work, I have the farm, go on dates, and be recluse, and then eventually.
So I'm not sure we can share that one.
To the cottage up north and just live out, being perfectly happy being a bachelor. Then somebody leaned on my fence and said hi. And yeah, she's a few years older than me, so it's more or less baby.
What's he talking about right now?
His girlfriend.
Oh, okay.
But
all right, let me just
yeah,
check. The
she
court is
had,
still not back. Of course
other
not.
opinions about me being a hermit.
Why would they be?
Nicholas is a hermit now. I see that. All right, let me pull up this mud flood thing. By the way, this is Simon Dan. He's got a channel on YouTube, and I've been subscribed to him for years. He does like a lot of flat Earth debunking, just for fun. I think he started off. He's like a school teacher, and he's like, "All right, I need to produce some videos out there and debunking this stuff." But he does like Tinfoil Tuesdays. So other conspiracy theories.
Thank you. So back to today's episode where John Levi and his 80,000 subscribers are going to give us a history lesson on the Tartarian mud flood reset.
Oh no.
Here we go, people.
Touch on a lot of different topics on all these different channels, all mostly based on the past and what happened in our past. What happened to the past civilization? Why weren't we told about it?
This is so dumb.
And is the past going to repeat itself?
Why weren't we told about it? Well, I'm fairly sure that we know our history pretty well. My question to you is, how do you know about this? And mainstream history does not.
And when? So many different angles.
So the background is that the mud flood, this maybe isn't the best stream for it, but the mud flood, essentially, there was a bunch of mud and water that rushed down and covered everything, and our civilization had to start over like 200 years ago. That's it. Yeah, somehow we still have history
Leading
books.
us to consider, were these respected map makers, such as Ortelius and Mercator, simply madmen, along with countless others, depicting this nation or empire, or simply people?
And they use like outdated maps where people didn't have correct like tools, like very accurate tools to draw maps and stuff. So if you ever look at like an old map of Michigan, it doesn't really look like a thumb or a mitten. It looks, really weird. It's like, well, that means that the land formations were different, and therefore we had a flood.
Here is that all of those maps are showing Tartaria looking quite different. Tartaria was a blanket term used by Europeans for parts of Asia between the Caspian Sea and the Pacific Ocean in the west. So technically it was an area in the world, an area that had Tartarian people. But like a lot of empires, they fall for a lot of many different reasons, and new regimes take.
This isn't a good stream. I'm gonna pull it down. There's a better video that he did about it. It must have been a different one. But anyways, that was kind of boring. Let's see. Are we back yet?
I think I've heard of that one too. Somebody
The mud
was talking-
flood?
Yeah.
All right. What other conspiracies you guys like out there? Anyone? Jamie, what's your favorite conspiracy? Let's pull it up.
I think we've talked about this. I haven't really dived into them because I've heard stuff from people and I think they're nuts and I don't really dive into it. But now that I'm like talking about it with normal people, it's even more fun. Now I want to know. But like I've heard the flat earthers, we live in a dome.
Yeah.
Something about the mountains. Somebody was talking one time about the dinosaurs died and then they were covered in mud. Oh my God, it was crazy. Anyways.
Okay,
sorry.
what's it
There's
called so I can search it?
I just like tune it out because I'm like, what?
All right, Baker, what's yours? Because I can't search giant
Well-
dinosaurs.
Well, mine is too controversial because there's someone who will get very angry if I talk about that one. Because, well, I'm of the belief that jet fuel can soften steel, and I know a lot of people get way too angry if I say anything about it. I have a friend who have sent me countless hours of proof.
Yes,
So,
it can.
I won't go
because
into
all
that.
steel gets
So we had
gets soft. Okay, mind you, if steel doesn't get soft with fire, how do you then melt it and form it?
The gnomes do it.
here, but now that the case,
Just a
that
thought.
the parties have rested and closed their case, I'd like
Oh,
for
the
you all to
giant
take a
trees
look-
one. That one's
take a look
great.
at the chart that I have, that we prepared.
What's that one? I feel like I've heard them all.
So it's that like you
conversation
see
and argument
those
on-
big
on-
mountains
the
that have
chart
been
that the court
like
is,
eroded down to where they kind of look like
submitting to the
trees,
jury.
you know, bark and stuff. They're kind of eroded in Arizona, and they say that
I
that's
understand that your
it's an old
objections
giant
have been
tree,
made,
even though it's literally just
have
a
already been made on the record.
rock that's been
and I'll
eroded.
carry the same objection.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking of too.
Any additional?
DM,
We're only three.
if I did anything about that, someone would go so crazy that my almost 300 subscribers would be yeeted from YouTube because you can't do that. It's worse than talking about a certain illness from an unknown origin.
At the very beginning.
Yeah.
The state had also asked whether or
I
not
have
it was
heard some of
unanimous.
the
It
9/11 stuff too.
Sorry, Amy.
The state had asked to keep.
But my favorite conspiracy theory in all reality, and it's only because Sean is a ginger, that people believe that gingers have souls. What a crazy story.
Like this, Jamie. See this? It's like out in Arizona, and they're like, "Oh, that's a giant ancient tree," you know, instead of like a giant part of a mountain that's been eroded.
7 of the charge. And in fact, I see
I
that
don't
that has
understand
already.
people.
Wait. What happened to paragraph 8? Nope. I see that paragraph 7 has now been included in the charge. And
So the giant trees are your favorite dumb theory.
The bird one is pretty good. I'm just gonna say.
Did y'all get a copy of the last one?
MLS is a woman. Today's conspiracy. I like that. Run with it. Spread it all over Twitter and the internet.
Yes.
Spread it. Spread it. Go out.
Thank you. It should be exactly the same thing you sent. I know we haven't changed.
I'm just when the internet was coming up, everybody was sure the general population would be so much more intelligent because now we would have all the knowledge at the tip of our fingers. And people is just so stupid. They can use the three first things on Google,
From the
and
state side,
then they jump into an
any
echo chamber.
Any
chamber.
objections to the charge of the court? From the defense side, any objections to the charge of the court other than the ones already posed?
Why are you guys taking so long to do something simple and quick? You guys remember the Michigan case I streamed? How many days was that? That was a murder case. How fast did they work through everything?
It was like 3 days.
Yeah,
in
right?
the third paragraph, it says in oral record statement, and I believe it should be an oral recorded statement by a defendant.
See, Swep, we're talking about the new conspiracy theory that,
for the record,
who
you
is
all
it,
typed this one
Tweety?
out, right?
Yeah, Tweety just brought up,
Typed up
created.
just a few moments ago, right? And there's a second
MLS is
one
a woman.
on page 5, the first full paragraph at the top. If you do not find that state, it should say if you do not find
I'm also the judge in the Texas v. Round.
Thank you.
That's why he got the note
I have,
right into the
I'm
court.
gonna read it as the way that you have just suggested that I do, so I don't stumble with my words.
Oh.
I appreciate you telling me that.
The
Thank you.
Mandela
And in
effect is
fact,
crazy.
The original one
Oh,
is the one
those
I
are
have
fun.
here. The rest will be a working copy for both you all and the rest of the jurors.
I've seen a few.
Other than that, anything else, Mr. Peña?
Nothing else, Ron.
No further objections, no further inclusions, is that correct?
That is correct, Ron.
Very good. Oh, you know what I don't have here?
Are you bringing the jury in, or are you guys going on another freaking siesta?
That one did not change.
Is he going to bring the jury in and then send them home because he has to read the jury instructions so he doesn't stumble when reading the jury instruction in front of the jury?
As well, but that was provided to the state last night, and we made no revisions today.
I don't think that one was sent to me.
And
It
is
says
that
fire
evident-
can't soften steel. That's stupid. Yes, I agree. Wonder how we make steel, right?
Is that evidence packages all over the state's table?
I don't know what is going on.
It looked like evidence envelopes.
It does, doesn't it? Yes, the defense rested after calling only the state's medical examiner back to the stand and impeaching her with ridiculous questions that went nowhere.
There's a verdict form that I have that says verdict of the jury defense revised, but that one was sent to me way back then. That was not it.
Also didn't start till after they started messing with.
Can you tell me where?
Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor. It says that the defense revised, and that is
I have it here. I don't know if you can.
Sure, Tweety. We'll go with that. So, the melted iron mixed with some carbon is steel.
And that was it, right?
Yes, the Emmy's testimony stayed, but they called her back to the stand and crossed her essentially on her board certification, which went really nowhere. Didn't do anything except they got into a little bit of an arguing match. And then the state took the opportunity to revive her with all kinds of papers that she wrote about crystals and essential oils and how they cure everything. And that was about it. Did I miss something?
No. You're an hour reading her CV. J. Deep got, do you think,
gonna go print
talk
this
about
out
the small rolls or the big
At
bread?
at the color one.
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
He's asking for a recipe.
I think this is the only one. I'm gonna print one for them.
Let's
for
see
the
if I have some
parties, and then
pictures.
for the one that we're gonna submit to the original one. So I'm gonna print them out already here. Yeah. So I'm gonna give 5 of them there. I think.
Big bread.
Let's make it 6. There's one for Cindy. All right. Thank you. Did you all get? I think they wanted one. over
I
there. Did
hate
we get an
when
extra
people
copy?
don't respect my time.
Solis, where are you?
Well, I was planning a trip to Jamaica, and one of the things that everyone warns you about in Jamaica is like nobody really operates according to the clock. And I thought that would be extremely frustrating. So
Did y'all get one?
I had reservations about going.
Someone get it? Yes, somebody.
Uh,
Ramirez.
I have a tour at 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock. Let's go. Yeah, basically the defense has no defense. We all know he's guilty. Yeah, essentially. And they came out with that in opening statements. Just don't kill my guy. That's what they said.
Did I do? Okay. Uh-oh.
Most conspiracies are actually folklore, in my opinion. Well, they're built out of something that's true, right? Most of the time. And then they're just exaggerated. Like the whole birds aren't real thing. And Peter, what's his name? Peter? Of course it was Peter. Talking about how in the 1950s they started like mass executions of birds. Well, in the 1950s, or a little bit earlier than that, actually, the carrier pigeon was like just disappeared because they were a nuisance and people were shooting them, and then they essentially went extinct. They all happened at the same time. So there were mass
Cindy, do you have a whole
extinctions with certain birds.
I love the
There's a
little
verdict form.
creepy folklore stories. Oh my god, those are great.
Okay.
So if he's guilty, will they do sentencing trial next? So I think this jury is charged with also imposing the sentence, that being death or life. But I don't know that for sure.
And then
So I
this
don't
would
know.
be the original one that I work with over here.
If it's a separate trial, I might not stream it. We'll just get the results.
After I sign it.
Right? Just Jen? It's exactly right.
And let's get the jury ready, please.
Is Hawaii just as bad? I've never been there. All right, bring in the jury in. Let's do closing arguments. Let's be done with this case.
Dominican Republic, like, is the one I heard is nice.
Yeah.
Like the resorts and stuff. Yeah.
Blue. Sure.
Birds aren't real, Tweety.
That
They're
is
government
fun.
drones.
Oh,
We need to
we're on
get
break.
No. Baker got all upset and
We went
excited.
on a break.
No, they didn't. They're bringing the jury
No, I was just joking.
in. Bringing the jury in.
Oh, JD, but you're thinking about franskbrød, French bread. That's kind of standard.
Thank you.
French bread has lemon juice in it.
No, it hasn't.
You're good.
The kind that
This is the small ones I talked about. It's called round pieces because they're round and in pieces.
It looks like a bagel to me.
Yeah, it does.
Oh,
Yeah, but you're American, so you don't know anything. You would put sugar in everything.
Oh my gosh.
We only banter and have fun. I like Americans.
Yes, Tweety, in the 1950s, the U.S. government started... What now? The U.S. government started executing all the birds and replaced them with drones to spy on its citizens.
Yeah.
And when they sit on the power lines, it's them recharging. What do you got there, big? Oh, hang on. Hang on.
This is it was all the hype Italian style bread with all the air pockets in it. That's pretty crispy too. It's great for sandwiches. But Leap got if you send me an email at brokenbaker22 at Gmail, I can send you some Danish bread recipes.
They didn't give him a fair defense. I agree. That's why I said I was sorrow. I'm excited the case is done, but I'm sorry for the defense because it really wasn't that good of a defense. But I personally, deep down, feel I don't know what the defense would be. So he's going away. He killed a woman and her child, his child, in a very gruesome way, and I'm fine with it. But that's the bias, and I'll be honest, that's the bias coming out of me.
Yeah, but we've seen the whole trial. There's nothing much to indicate that he didn't do it.
Yeah, there's really not.
And if anyone is
witness
is
number
new,
4 or 5 had it convinced for me.
and if anyone is new, I'm only 6
Members
people
of
away
the
from
jury
300 subs. So please, if you like, go and sub my
I'm about
channel.
to read you the charge of the court in cause number 2018 CRA 852D1, the state of Texas versus Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles, a case filed here in Webb County, Texas, in the 49th Judicial District.
How long we been streaming?
Members of the jury.
2 hours and 33
The
minutes.
defendant,
Just
Ronald
getting
Anthony
going.
Burgos-Aviles, stands charged by indictment with 2 counts of the offense of capital murder, alleged to have been committed in Webb County, Texas.
I
on
just
or
put
about
Baker's
the 9th day
a
of
link to Baker's
April
stream in the chat. If you haven't
2018.
subscribed to him,
The defendant has pleaded
you won't miss
not guilty.
anything. You won't miss anything. Jump over
Our
there.
law provides that a person commits the offense of
Give 'em a
murder
sub,
if
that
he
would be great.
intentionally or knowingly
Thumbs up.
causes the death of an individual. Our law provides that a person commits the offense of capital murder if he commits murder, as hereinbefore defined, and the person intentionally or knowingly causes the death of more than one person during the same criminal transaction.
So if you kill 2
Our
people,
law
that's enough.
provides that a person commits the offense of capital murder if he commits murder, as hereinbefore defined, and the person intentionally or knowingly causes the death of an individual under 10 years of age.
That's the death.
A person acts intentionally or with intent with respect to the nature of his conduct or a result of his conduct when it is his conscience, objective, and desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. A person acts knowingly
Did I?
with knowledge.
Did you
with
answer
respect to the
Sandra's
result
question?
Of his conduct or to the circumstances surrounding his conduct when he is aware of the nature of his conduct.
No, that's
or
Baker
that his
Street.
conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. Individual means a human being who is alive. You are instructed that you will consider all relevant evidence concerning.
No, I mean, I'm biased because I've listened to the evidence and I believe he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If I was on the jury, that's how I would vote. And so I don't care about like a valid defense because I don't see one. And that's what I mean by I'm biased. He's entitled to a defense. He should have a decent defense, but I don't care because what I've seen so far, I believe he's guilty.
In the indictment must be some date anterior to the presentment of the indictment.
And I should care, and that's why I'm highlighting my bias.
Barred by limitation. The phrase "on or about" means that the state is not required to prove the alleged offense happened on that exact date. There is no limitation period for the offense of murder and capital murder. Therefore, it is sufficient if the state proves that the offense alleged was committed sometime before June 27th of 2018, which is the date the indictment was filed.
Yeah, that pretending not to know the victim, not identifying himself.
And jurors are free to use any meaning which is
that got me. And then the DNA
count one
sort of kind of convinced
now,
me.
if you
Why
find
else is the
from
baby's
evidence
blood
beyond
on
reasonable
his
doubt
pickup truck?
that on or about the 9th
On the
of
outside.
April of 2018 in Webb County, Texas, the defendant, Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles, did intentionally or knowingly cause the deaths of Dominic Alexander Hernandez and Griselda Hernandez during the same criminal transaction by stabbing Griselda Hernandez multiple times with a sharp object and by stabbing Dominic Alexander Hernandez in the chest or slashing Dominic Alexander Hernandez's throat with a sharp object. Then you will find the defendant, Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles, guilty of capital murder as charged in the indictment. Unless you so unanimously find beyond
Do we want to
reasonable
listen to
doubt,
this, or do we want to hear my
or if
theory
you
on
have
how
a
I would
reasonable
defend
doubt thereof,
or defend this
you will
case?
acquit the defendant of murder and
I'd
say
rather
that you're
listen to you.
guilty or by your
Okay.
verdict.
I'll just turn this down while he's talking through the jury instructions. All right, so this would be my defense. I don't know the defendant. I've never talked to him. I've seen his face, and I imagine he might be potentially an asshole. But despite that, taking the stand might work if there's a valid basis for it, right? A valid defense, cross-examination, and all that. The theory would be it wasn't him. And that while his conduct looked a little weird, particularly about not identifying himself, not claiming to know the person, if we establish all of that through cross-examination and then put him on the stand to say, I was scared. I know I'm a law enforcement officer. I know how south these things go. And I know the first person they look to is the boyfriend or the lover or the husband or whatever. And so I was scared, and that's why I didn't identify myself. I was supposed to meet Did I get cut off? I would really emphasize that sort of angle, and I would develop my cross examinations and my examination of the of my client on the stand. You would have to take the stand for that, and that's really what I would do. That would be my defense. What do you guys think?
The statement against the defendant only if you resolve a preliminary
Yeah, it would be better than
what was presented, right?
The spider nurse lied. And I just have to say thank you. Just like the Hotgates and Thermopylae, I'm now at 300. So I've grown more than 100 in this trial. So thank you all so much. And
nice.
I hope I can entertain you in the future too.
By defendant made as
He's got a lot of good cases he covers.
May be considered only
Baker
if
is my
before the
favorite.
statement, but during the recording,
Did you hear that, Dave?
one, the defendant was
Yes,
warned
I
that
heard.
It's because
Go on
I
his
don't
show.
mock her.
he has a right to remain silent.
Well, you are on his show, I guess. Right
You
now.
know you're my number one, but I have other favorites too.
It's because we do Stabber Day and she's one of my angels.
Yeah.
C,
That's right.
he has a right to have a lawyer present to advise
And
him
it's
of
fun
his
because it's
engagement
just
plan.
ridiculous.
D,
There's
if the
no
neighbor can afford a lawyer,
logical
he has a right to a
trial
lawyer present to
analysis
advise him
ever.
before any
I love it.
Yeah, just Jen. I would absolutely go for a full bona fide defense. I wouldn't just try to escape the death penalty. But again, I'm saying this without ever having talked to this guy. I don't know what kind of can of worms would be opened up by putting him on the stand. But if that was a valid way to approach the case, I think that would be maybe the strongest. I don't know.
If you all first agree that the state has proved
But again, it's just such a hard case to make anything in because they have him going to and from the murder scene. They have the talks up till this. It's just,
if you do not find
and the phones in the back of the car was what turned me around.
you must disregard
The phone's in the back of the car. Also, with the blood on the car, I mean, we had the one Border Patrol agent testifying that he took off his bloody gloves and then eventually put them in the defendant's vehicle. We could say, well, he also touched the back of the car, and even though he didn't testify that he touched the child, he could have, something along those lines. You can make that up, or not make it up, but I mean, you can make that out in cross-examination. Is it possible that you touched the car and you didn't remember doing it? Something like that.
By the evidence, and to draw natural and reasonable inferences from such facts.
JD,
I
but
would
you can
too.
put sesame on top of these two. We do that and poppy seeds.
What the facts are in the case.
What?
And FD food fairy, that's a hard one.
What you believe is my opinion about any fact.
I would make some cherry sauce for Christmas, but we make a different Christmas food.
Matt, no, I would absolutely call my own experts. I don't know why they didn't.
The fact that a person has been arrested, confined, or indicted for, or otherwise charged with an offense gives rise to no inference of guilt.
Yeah, if I should have
the law
picked
does not require a defendant
one or two things, I would have said, how did you eliminate the boyfriend and the other baby daddy?
is sufficient to acquit the defendant.
Yeah.
Unless the juror
Focus on the lack of investigation.
of the defendant's guilt after
Yeah, because they just said, did you investigate other? Yeah, we eliminated them.
in a criminal case,
And of course, half Irish, I would call the spider to the stand.
Definitely call the spider to the stand. Yeah, also cross the other Border Patrol agents. And you don't even need to have them say, yes, there was animosity. Just say, how long have you worked there? Oh, and how long did my client work there? Oh, and he's your supervisor? Okay. That's it. Right? The implication is made. The implication.
Yeah, and again, you can't save him from life, but you can save him from death.
Mm-hmm.
The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty, and it must do so by proving each and every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. And if it fails to do so, you must acquit the defendant. It is not required that the prosecution prove guilt beyond all possible doubt. It is required that the prosecution proof excludes all reasonable doubt concerning the defendant's guilt.
I wonder if it is like Florida though with the death
part of the
penalty.
law in this case that the
Where once
indictment
the verdict's
against
read,
the
they just go
defendant
back and
is not
start,
evidence in this case,
or
and that the true
then they just
and
start
sole
the
use of the
death penalty
indictment
case
is to
right after.
charge the offense and to inform the
And Mass,
defendant
we do know they eliminated other obvious suspects. They talked about it yesterday, that they eliminated, no, today,
of the
that
state's
they
case against the
eliminated
defendant cannot
the
be
other
considered
boyfriend
as a
and the
fact
other
or a
baby daddy.
circumstance against the defendant.
But
in our deliberations.
they weren't asked, how did you eliminate
Not
those?
consider
I would have
facts
gone
that
into
not
that
been introduced into evidence
just to
or
try
legal
and do
principles
something.
not contained in this charge. It is improper for a juror to discuss or consider any
And
facts
half Irish,
which
there's
they
so many
know
lawyers
or have
because
learned
he is in a
outside of the
union and
testimony
union
presented
pay.
to you, and the
Yeah,
law
but it is a
contained
death
in
penalty,
this
so there
charge.
might be a death
If a
penalty
juror should
consultant
discover that they have
involved as
any
well.
outside information,
Mess, it's okay you missed that because
any
this
other
has been
juror, nor
tedious.
consider it themselves in arriving at a verdict. You shall not discuss
Yeah,
or
very
consider,
boring, Mass.
if any,
Very boring.
which may be assessed against
I like,
the
I
defendant
taught you how to
in
say
the
mess.
event he is found
I know.
guilty.
Well, now I feel better
You
about
may not discuss
calling him his
the case
proper
with
name.
any court officer or the attorneys or anyone.
Wait, what
not
about that? What'd you
on
say,
the jury.
Jamie?
You must not.
Well, we were
discuss
always
the
calling him
case
Mads,
unless
and
you are
then
all
Baker
present
taught us
in the
that it's
jury room.
Mass.
If anyone
Mass.
leaves
I
the
still call
jury
him
room,
Mats.
then you
I know
must
you
I
stop
put a
asking
T in it.
questions about the case until
You
Yeah, but-
added T and everything.
Besides Jamie,
must communicate
whose
with the
name can you
judge
pronounce?
only in writing, signed by
No,
the
Baker.
foreperson and given
Yeah,
to the
big. Yeah,
judge
okay, you can do that.
through the
But
officer assigned to you.
When I really
love
think about
You
it, I
must
pronounce
tell the judge
Nick's
if
name
anyone attempts to
correct.
contact
It's
you about the
Niklas.
case
It's
before
not
you
Nicholas
give a verdict.
Niklas.
is how we would say it.
Questions and comments. of
See,
the
I've been
attorneys
schooled by my
do
wife. It's
not
Niklas. Every time I say it
constitute
incorrectly.
and must not be considered as evidence. You must also disregard any statements of the attorneys that is inconsistent with the law contained in this charge.
I don't know what the hearts do,
The
Tweety.
role of the judge is to preside over the trial.
It's just annoying
Rule
because
on
you can't really.
objection to the
You have to move it when you're
admissibility
watching on
of
an iPad because, yeah, that's how you
to
pronounce it.
comment on the weight or credibility such evidence is
Ass.
to be given by the jury.
I love your friend. Oh my
Therefore,
God.
the jury
How do you
shall
say
not
his name
draw
again? Is
from
it
the conduct
Soren?
or comments of the
Soren?
judge
Sean,
any inference
Soren?
as to the weight
Soren?
or credibility
Sean.
of evidence
Son?
admitted before
it's
you
one of those
during
squiggly
trial.
letters. You have to go back in the throat.
You have been permitted to
expert,
take
welcome.
notes during the testimony
It's
in
been
this
an
case.
extremely horrible,
In the event
mind-numbing
any of you took notes,
2 hours and
you may
45
rely
minutes.
on your notes during your deliberations. However, you may not share your notes with the other jurors.
We have talked more
and
about
you
birds
should
not
not
being
permit
real
the other jurors
than this
to
We
case
share
this
did,
your
and other
afternoon.
notes with you.
conspiracies and
Yeah.
fireworks
You may not,
blowing up in people's
however,
cars. It's been fun.
discuss the you may, however, discuss the contents
Oh my
of
God.
your notes
I think he's
with the
getting the
other
death
jurors.
penalty.
You shall not use
Yeah.
your notes as authority
At that
to
baby,
persuade
we'll
your fellow
get you the
jurors.
chair.
In your deliberation, give no more and no less weight to the views
Well,
of a fellow
I don't
juror
agree with
just because
sort
that
of thing,
juror
but
did
I
or
think
did
it's
not
true.
take notes.
Farrell, of course
Your
he gets
notes
your right
are not official transcripts.
because else
They are personal
you would do
memory
things to him.
just like the notes of the judge and the notes of the lawyer. Notes are valuable as a stimulant to your memory. On the
I'll be
other hand,
right back, guys.
you might make an error in
Goodbye.
observing, or you might make a mistake in recording what you have seen or heard. Therefore,
We need
you are
another
not to use your
abbreviation than
notes as
DP.
authority to persuade fellow
I'm
jurors
giggling.
of what the evidence was during the trial. Occasionally,
I'm trying to watch your
during
chat too.
deliberations, a dispute arises.
Well, if you
after
watch the
testimony
StreamYard
commences.
chat, it's both the
If
chats
this should
together.
occur in this
I know, but I
case,
have it on my
you shall
phone, so I
inform
have
the
to go on a
court
whole nother
and
screen, so then I
request that
can't
the
see
court
anybody
read a
Oh.
portion of the
to
disputed
like look at
testimony
it.
to you
So then I have
from the
my
official
2
transcript.
screens here, so I'm trying to look.
You shall not rely on
'Cause
your
they're being
notes
funny
to
over
resolve
there.
the dispute because the notes,
Yeah.
if any, are not official transcripts. The dispute must be settled by the official transcript, for it is the official transcript rather than any juror's notes upon which you must base your determination of the facts and ultimately
MG law, do you know anything about the Texas
You are the
law, how they
accused
do it?
witness of the fact
Because it's different from state to state.
credibility of the witness
Yeah.
is the weight
I can't pull
given
up,
to the
but I
testimony.
believe you understand what I'm asking
Bound to
about.
receive
I've
the
seen a
law
death
from the
penalty
court,
case in
which is
Florida,
herein
so I've
given
seen
to
how they
you,
do it, but
and be
Texas, I
governed
don't know how
thereby.
Texas does it.
Texas just takes them
After
out
the
back
reading
and
of this
get
charge,
it done the old-fashioned
you
way.
shall not be permitted to separate from each other, nor shall you talk with anyone not of your jury. After argument of counsel, you will retire and select one of your members as your foreperson. It will be his or her duty to preside at your deliberations and to vote with you in arriving at a unanimous verdict. After you have arrived at your verdict, you may use the form attached hereto by having your foreperson sign his or her name to the particular blank that conforms to your verdict for each count.
Did the jury find him guilty
In
yet?
no event shall he or she sign more than one of such blanks on such form. I have
What?
the original, which does have the verdict form. Your copies that you have with you are your working copies
Oh my God,
that
Dave.
you can keep.
What'd I do?
Assist
I'm
you in
just
deliberation.
coming in hot. Just the jury find guilty yet.
The original.
So fun that I could walk away for a minute and come back. It's like back
You got
in
a
the
verdict,
80s
buddy. Yeah.
when we were sitting in a restaurant waiting for the food to come. My mom would always light up a cigarette. As soon as she did, the food would come. That was her thing. It was like, well, if I get up and walk away, maybe the food, the jury will come back with a verdict.
Yeah, you come back. We're like, hey, they have a verdict already. Hell yeah.
It also has the corrections on some of the words that I delineated
Yeah, MG Law claims he's an attorney. We haven't seen credentials yet.
This will be the one.
Facts not in evidence.
The person will have and will sign when the time comes. Mr. Anise?
An hour in 5 minutes. And I'll reserve
An hour?
10 minutes.
You don't need an hour. Ladies
So-
and gentlemen, look at him. You've heard the evidence. Look at him. Find him guilty.
So defense won't be doing closing statements today.
Well, if he takes an
Ladies and
hour,
gentlemen
that'll
of the
put him
jury.
at 5:20 their time, and they sometimes go to 7. No, they sometimes go to 6. So
It's
we'll
time.
be back tomorrow.
Is that little
More
Molly?
than 5 years ago, 2 innocent lives were taken. Time has gone by. Court proceedings have been held. We've lived through COVID. Court dockets move slowly. But throughout all of this time, 2 beloved individuals have been missed by their families, by their community. Griselda and Dominic. And this is why we're here today. This is who we are here for.
Were those even admitted
Yeah.
with the sister?
Back to the day on May the 2nd,
He drops
when
them.
close to 400 people, 400 Laredoans like yourself, came together at TAMIU. You answered the call. Your civic duty. You showed up, not knowing what type
Yeah,
of case
just
you were
started.
gonna
Thank
hear.
God. The
Little
defense
did
lawyer
you
had
know
one witness,
that
and it
you
was
would
the
be
state's
part of one of the
medical
biggest
examiner.
Cases in the history.
So stupid.
This was dumb.
When you came to court and were selected for this very big and important case, you rose your hand and you made a promise. You each remember sitting in this witness chair as we questioned you to find 12 fair and impartial members of our community to hear this very big and important case. And you answered the call. And you are now in the box. It's time. You remember when we were at TAMIU, I made you a promise. And that promise was that the state of Texas would give you a professional presentation of this case.
Is that what it was?
And we have worked hard and diligently to bring you all of the evidence. Because we spoke about that. That's how important this case is. It's important to Mr. Burgos, but it's important to the state.
Yeah, the courtroom layout is
It's
really
important to
weird.
victims. It's important to the community. Because what are we seeking?
They're going to get an hour or so, and then they're going to have a few minutes to follow the finish after the defense goes.
Truth. Truth. And we have spent the last 7 days
Not ordered it yet.
bringing
I
you
want to.
evidence, seeking the truth. And I submit that we have proven the truth beyond a reasonable doubt. Why do we go through all this trouble in the United States of America? For justice. For justice. Justice for the victims. Justice for the accused.
Oh, Jamie, it's all you for a
We
second.
have all the faith
All right.
in each and every one of you to make the right decision. And the only decision in this case. And what is that decision? What is that verdict? Each and every one of you know, when you use your common sense, when you review all the evidence, when you weigh all the credibility of the witnesses and of the evidence, you know the answer. You know the answer. It doesn't matter what I believe, it is what the jury is going to believe. You remember that statement during the interview? Remember Detective Reyes telling that to this man that is sitting here today? He couldn't be more right. It's what you believe. It's what the evidence shows. Now, I told you in opening statement, I said, we're going to take you to Father Magdalene Park. We're going to take you to that dirt trail. Now, we didn't put you in a bus and take you, but how did we take you there? We took you there with evidence, with videos, testimony, photos, physical evidence, forensic evidence. We have accounted for almost every minute of his movement on April the 9th of 2018.
Yeah.
Think about that. Think about that. And we've narrowed it down. And you heard me ask the question to lead detective Raimundo Garcia. When that last Snapchat was sent, she was still alive. She was still alive. Remember the time? Remember what time it was? 9:44.
Okay, you can lay down now. Go lay down.
9:44. She made that 10 to 12 to 13, 14-minute walk, pushing her stroller, pushing her baby with his Doritos, holding his phone into the trap. 9:44. 10:10. He's on the camera. The other time that we can't account for are those 5 minutes behind the church. Remember that. What happened behind there? Why would he go on April the 7th to scout it out and then go back there after he got in his Kilo unit when he left the house at 10:37? What was he doing back there? Use your common sense. I told you in opening that Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles is a danger. He is a danger.
PowerPoints.
To the family, to Griselda's family, to law enforcement. Argument, Your Honor.
What are they objecting to?
Did I miss anything?
They objected.
To what?
I couldn't hear him. They had
What
this
did Detective
PowerPoint.
Garcia say when he heard
You have to go
the
back a second.
transmission from Gilbert Benavides?
Oh God, do I? All right.
To
I just
Anthony
want to hear what it
Burgos.
was.
Detective.
Go back a little more.
Argument, Your Honor.
It was like the PowerPoint.
Argument, Your Honor.
It's the appropriate time.
It's the inappropriate time for something. I couldn't hear him.
What did Detective Garcia say when he
Oh
heard
God, it's not better when it's
the
louder.
transmission from Gilbert Benavides? It's an Anthony Burgos.
Did you see his little PowerPoint
Yeah, I saw it.
picture of him? He's a danger to his family.
Anthony Burgos.
Oh,
What did the detective testify?
that's the state's theory.
It's true,
Yes,
but
sir,
it's just
Mr.
funny.
He felt fear. He felt fear for his fellow officers. The killer was among them. He was armed. He was dangerous. And he's a danger within society. Why? Because he hides behind the badge. Credibility. Instant
He
credibility.
didn't hide very well.
I told you in opening that every story has a beginning, a middle, and an end. This story didn't start on April the 9th.
Wait, what? Steve is reenacting a live concert with Rush in his living room with miniatures.
That's when they meet online. They enter a secret relationship.
Secret.
She gets pregnant. And little baby Dominic is born when? On July the 26th, 2016. In the beginning, it's Griselda Hernandez, Dominic.
Yeah, said from the stand a couple of times.
In that relationship.
I do love their stupid PowerPoints. They're
What did
comical.
the evidence show? The evidence showed that for the first 18 months of this baby's life, Griselda raised, supported, used her student loans.
Like
her
the
daycare.
pictures that they found.
Not a single penny, not a single dollar given by the presumed father. What does she want? What does she want? She wanted what every mother would want. She had dreams. You saw in her text messages to Anthony and also to her family, she was studying to be a nurse, like her big sister Angelica. She had ambitions.
She had dreams, ambitions,
her
and
words where she didn't want to cause this guy any trouble. She even said, maybe even before the baby turns 18, I won't need you anymore. But right now, it's hard as hell. Help me out. I'm not trying to be mean or anything. The text messages are there, ladies and gentlemen. You'll be able to read them. All the evidence that we brought, all the evidence that we put on this projector, you're going to have it. You can review it.
Can we all say a short prayer for MLS and the Broken Baker? It was a good run.
She had hope.
Why?
You know,
Let's try. Oh my God.
is a very powerful emotion. Hope is something that keeps dreams alive. It helps keep dreams alive. Hope
There is no
something
set
that gives
protocol
people
for when the lethal
inspiration.
injection fails. I mean, there's always the sidearm, right?
She wanted her baby to be loved. She wanted her
The
baby
what?
to be accepted.
The sidearm, the firearm on
Yeah,
their
no,
side, the sidearm, the
Okay,
pistol.
It wasn't anything
I know. It was just funny.
monumental.
I was thinking like a
but
choke
it
out.
was something very
Oh,
important.
well, that too.
She wasn't out to wreck his life.
All of their hair, the expert, all of their hair has been
What would have
ridiculously
been
fun.
wrong?
It's like the best part of the
Giving
trial.
this
That and the
little,
baby burner phone.
beautiful baby a chance. What would have been wrong with that?
And when we couldn't understand the guy and got called names.
He never gave him a chance.
Yeah, it's so
most-
dramatic.
Innocent of our society, the most vulnerable of our society are our children.
They're gonna just hammer the.
They don't get to select who their parents are.
Let's see.
And parents
If
have a
all goes as planned, the entire
responsibility
execution takes about 5 minutes, with death usually occurring less than 2 minutes after
to
the
love
final
their children.
injection.
It's not that hard.
Okay.
It's not that
I don't know if that's any better. I've had some surgeries. It's still kind of nerve wracking
But what happens in this case?
when they put you
saw
out for
the
that.
practice text.
Yeah.
When she texted herself.
This might
saying,
be
"Hey,
it.
I don't know how to tell you
Anesthesia
this, but
kills more
I
people
really
than
need help in
anything
December."
else in surgeries.
And then in January,
Yeah.
we took you into the inner discussions between Griselda
The expert just came back from
and
Texas.
Ronald
What a coincidence.
Burgos-Aviles to show you how he was manipulating her.
It was Aaron's
Great
fault.
guilt game.
Aaron's sending you a baby burner phone, she says.
Yeah, she started it.
Part
She
2
started
days
that whole
ago,
thing.
But not anymore. Then he would go into the sex talk. He would never reveal his rage.
That is true. Okay. Yeah. So let's talk about our milestones here during this trial. We have the baby burner phone, which is amazing, all the hairdos, but also we did get accused of being callous, joking during a baby death trial, and also Mo and Jamie got called out for being racist.
Yeah.
So that is in one trial. So that was good.
I mean, it's been a good ride.
The reality check is when he gets the child support paperwork. What does that mean? What did it mean in his life?
And how do I get in trouble for for laughing at the baby burner phone when the person in the chat put the baby burner phone down? I just laughed at him.
Perceive that action as
How cold-hearted are you, Jamie? They're talking about a child who has been murdered while holding his baby burner phone, and you're laughing.
Who was the biggest threat?
Oh my God.
This little baby was the biggest threat. Remember, I told you.
Oh, I also called the court on the
Pay attention to the details.
baby Yoda pin. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
There's been some memorable moments.
You know what?
You got drunk on a stream, so
we go through this over and over and over again, preparing.
Okay, all right. It's been good. It's been good.
Been good. Been good.
It seems so long ago. I forgot that this trial.
It was like 2 days ago, and it feels forever ago.
One of the details I noticed was that he never called Dominic by his name.
Yeah, if you're gonna kill me, give me a cigarette and a shot of something at least, right?
Right.
It's more than he gave his victims. That's what they're gonna say.
Why? How's Dominic? What's wrong with saying how's Dominic? Give him his name. Call him by his name. Not even.
He's got to hurry up because I have a stream with Flux at 7.
I got an eyelash appointment tonight, so I gotta at 7:30. So I gotta go at 7
What does he have to get through? Remember, the mama bear.
The mama bear.
What does every mother do? Every mother.
White girl wasted Davis. What? I don't even know what white girl wasted is.
I told you what it was a million times.
When I was wasted?
Probably.
Their child.
It's when you get giggly and like woohoo-ish and stuff. You're doing a lot of character.
That's just me, drunk
on
stream. First meeting.
And that's you, buddy. You're the
It's there.
definition.
It's there in black and white. Evidence of the first meeting that he set up.
Watch my stream again. That's white girl wasted. I believe parts of it have been clipped and posted on Farrell's stream.
By FBI cast agent.
Jung, do it. You'll never regret
Putting
it.
them
But
there.
What
make
is
sure
this
you.
eyelash thing?
We put them both.
I get eyelash extensions. I've getting them for like 3 years.
Oh,
On March the
I'm so
23rd.
sorry.
And what I put up there is the insect bite in quotation.
You better
There's a lot.
get a quality lady. Like get recommendations. Look at some reviews
Testimony
because
on the insect bite.
it's worth it if you know who you're going to.
Mr. Prosecutor, don't call it an insect bite if you don't want the jury to think it's an insect
Yeah.
bite.
Use your common sense, okay? Use your common
What's
sense.
the breathing thing?
Go
that I
back
did?
in time with
Jamie?
the evidence that we brought you.
What's the breathing thing
And
that I
it is
did?
perfectly
You want-
logical. It is perfectly logical.
Oh, we're trying to
that
like focus.
everyone
Yeah. To like
in the
calm.
medical community,
Get your mind right.
even her own sister, a registered nurse, thought
That
it
was my
an
favorite
insect
part.
bite. There is no way that anybody could even fathom that somebody would inject a
Yeah,
baby.
sub to Farrell. As soon as she takes down my clips.
Do hospitals, do emergency rooms, do pediatricians, do clinics make mistakes in diagnosis?
But you're one expert that examined the child after the
Yes,
fact. Got it
they
right.
do. And what is the number one factor that every physician, every ER room,
Yeah,
every clinic
I'm
relies on?
soon gonna pull a David and say, well, I have a
the
bearding.
history provided by the patient or caretaker. Those were the working conditions or diagnosis that the doctors were working with. They work with what they got. And yes, there was one expert after the fact.
Jamie, do
After
tell.
the
So
plane
everyone wants
crash.
to know your eyelash thing. I don't know.
Go
what
in
it
and
is.
do the forensics. That's able to say,
Okay.
hey,
This is more important than the closing.
Go get them done. They
What do
do
they
your
do?
they do your full set the first time, and then
the expertise.
I did not do that. That was 100% her. I did not do that. Everyone's gonna be like, Dave. I wanted to like.
I've had them for like 3
And
years,
raped
and
through
it's
the
the best.
cold.
He's mentioning necrosis because that was what the
You
expert
do the
testified
judges
was happening with
Dr.
the
Stern's
bug bite
testimony.
to the
Use your
child.
common
Yeah, and
sense.
the defendant brought it up.
Mm-hmm.
Who mentions it first about necrosis? He does.
So
You know,
none of
you
that
get
matters.
necrosis, right?
That was not me,
What
Iris.
happens
She
on
did that
April
to
the 4th of
herself.
2018?
What? I know.
All right.
You're being so mean to me.
Stop communications.
All right, Jamie, go.
So you get your. You're such a jackass.
What's the name of the procedure? They want to know.
Procedure. It's just eyelash extensions. I get the eyelash extensions, and then you get them filled like every 2 to 3 weeks, and it doesn't take as long because they only need to like just fluff them up, make them look full again.
Same time period.
How often you get them done? Every 2 weeks?
Like every 2 to 3 weeks, depending.
Ronald Burgos-Aviles on the bottom, side by side.
And then you feel like you're like wearing makeup all the time, and you don't ever have to wear makeup.
I'm gonna time it.
He said that's
I think it's gonna be twice as long as the opening.
Really?
Didn't they say a time?
that he had leading up to the murder.
The state said that he wants an hour and 20,
They're gone.
and the judge said, "Okay."
You'll have this.
Oh, I just heard an hour and 5, but
There are
Or an hour and 5 or whatever, hour and something.
please keep talking.
in the details.
Damn it, we're live again. I was gonna fast forward. How much does it cost, Jamie?
Look at that little ghost.
It really depends. My area is pretty cheap, but
Remember,
I think I
asked-
pay like
I asked
$40
Detective
every 3
Garcia,
weeks.
Well, what's the deal with Snapchat? What's the advantage?
I feel like it might not be worth it, Jamie. $40 every 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's like my luxury item that I.
Okay, all right. It's a treat yourself.
Yes,
right?
yes. It's a very
Treat
much a
yourself.
treat yourself.
I get
It
that.
would definitely go if like I didn't make
Batman,
good money,
Ronald
but I make decent money, so I can do.
Most importantly, though, Jamie, do you still have to wear mascara?
No, not at all. All you do is get a little fan, and you just like you fan them out, and then they're good to go.
Jamie's boyfriend's gonna wake up one morning. Her eyelashes are gonna be stuck to the pillow. Her hair's gonna be out.
The text message
Well, and they-
from
Her teeth are missing. What else you got that's fake?
her for the white card.
That's the only like fake
Remember
thing
the
I
white
wear.
That famous white car, the Mercedes that he.
Yes,
and
they
we'll
glue
get
them
into
to
it,
your
but he
eyelashes,
goes
but it's
into
not
the
like
interviews. I don't know what white car. I've
I
never
don't
seen
know.
that
It's not
white
harsh
car.
or anything. You can't even feel them.
Lies.
Baker looks like he's
You
falling
saw
asleep.
through the video how he talks to her.
Yeah.
Remember the white car? Remember when they?
You can jump off if you want.
Is that you in the white?
I did it to you yesterday.
Yeah, but just sitting here and thinking, is there gonna be anything good in the closing, or is it just gonna be the same boring stuff we've been going through for 7 days, and then my alarm clock goes up off in 6 hours. So
2018.
I would probably be doing something good if I went to bed.
Through the
I have
concerted
pictures of myself
effort
without
of
my
law
eyelashes, and I
enforcement,
look like a weirdo. So I
DA's
can't
office,
get rid of them
Laredo
yet.
Police Department, FBI.
I insist on those pictures.
Protection,
No, I felt like I
everyone,
was naked.
all hands on deck. Double homicide. All the resources to find the killer. We brought it to you. You saw the level of investigation that was done.
My YouTube
Jen,
profile.
Texas Jen, have you been listening to us all
We
day?
have the video.
It's very, very nice with this
When he
horrible,
arrives at the
boring
border
trial.
patrol station, in his uniform. In his uniform.
Well, they use like black eyelashes, so that'll help your blonde eyelash problem. And Shelly, my YouTube picture that was the day I got them done, so they were fresh.
April 9th,
So that's what they look like.
829. Remember, his vehicle is spotted or marked. At the
I want to see Jamie come in with full Muppet eyelashes.
at the crime scene early that morning.
The ones that goes all the way up to the forehead.
Yeah.
You guys have seen me after I've gotten them done, and you'd never even acknowledge it. So they're not that crazy.
I didn't know what you were doing. You're like, I got an appointment. Okay.
That's how I get done. Get some eyelashes glued on. That's what I do.
For a while, I thought it was eyebrows. I didn't even
No.
realize it was eyelashes.
Mhm.
At the person who received it.
Eyelashes.
Ooh, I get pedicures.
Zelda's final
I do. I get
Snapchat
pedicures
at
when I'm running
9:44.
because I gotta get really short.
Why not? They're amazing.
Probably walking
I don't do the whole
near
like
the
scrub
dirt
thing. I
trail.
just clip the nails.
Oh. You should let them
Radio
scrub
GPS
and
thanks
massage
to
your
Google
little
Science
feet because it's
at
nice.
9:49.
No, because
Remember,
then it hurts when I run. You got to
what
keep
did-
the
what
build
did
up,
Miss
the
Stevens
callus.
say when you turn
Okay.
off the unit? The GPS marks. Remember that at 9:49? And what was the next time? 10:10. Twice.
Baker, what's the puppy's name? Cindy wants to know.
It's Molly.
Walking into the trap around
Molly, right?
9:45,
Yeah,
9:46.
like the thing
That's
Jamie
the
sells.
definition we have and photograph that you saw off of the camera, the drawbridge
Sorry,
camera from DPS is at 10:10.
Oh, Baker.
16 minutes in there.
Guys, I'm sorry. She's too hot and too cuddly, and I'm thinking I'm just gonna go in bed and
He arrives home in
and do a David. Let you handle the boring stuff.
Sounds
Because,
good.
This has
Have a
been
good night, Baker. Make sure everyone, if you haven't jumped over there, well, his
He's
stream's staying up, but he's
Yeah.
just jumping off. So
and tennies.
we'll continue. We'll carry
Bye.
on. Bye, Baker. Have a good night.
Love you. Bye.
Say good night. Good night, everyone.
10
Good
minutes
night,
later,
Mom.
Nope.
he's getting
You're shy.
back in his kilo unit,
Wait, hang on.
66119.
There we go. Now Molly can say good night.
She's a parrot, like Fedorowski says. See you all tomorrow if we're going on a verdict watch. I'll see if I can line up some baking camps tomorrow.
There we go.
So
All right, have
see
a
you
good
all.
night.
Thank you for a nice day, and thank you for the 300.
Yeah, very cool. Very cool.
See you all. Hey.
Take care. I guess we'll put this back up.
This goddamn thing. Come on.
I know.
11:18.
Agent Lala.
That's
You
when
should
he
just focus on the timeline.
discovers the body of the
All
female.
we need.
There could have been such a better defense.
Copy 6-8. Hey, bro, I need your help right here, bro.
Yo, David.
My Bristol, man.
Oh, David.
And 6-8,
Quick
I'm
thing is
in
very
the
boring.
ASAP. I'm in Bristol.
But some people might not have seen the whole trial, and they're just going to watch closing.
I'm funny, I don't know yet. Stand by. Let me go check. Just have to come over here. Yeah, come for. I'm here with Lara. Any other agents?
They gotta play
Heading
the
this way. Just stand by.
Is his name Lala or Laura?
Lara.
Laura. Oh, like the state of Michigan website.
Yep. Oh yeah.
The state of Michigan's website is called LARA, by the way. LARA.
Yeah.
I don't know what it stands for, but it's called LARA.
1118. He goes back.
Better Defense could have given them more.
Licensing and regulatory affairs.
Along the river.
There you go.
Because I got my little guy. I have to get licensed for my job.
He does have that I'm screwed look on his face. He started off with a really smug, punchable face, text gen, and then it slowly sort of morphed into this I'm screwed. I'm gonna get the needle look on his face.
And with vicious and violent blows, attacks.
My great grandmother drove a green Lada.
The evidence is there. It's in the autopsy reports. But panic equals mistakes.
This is so boring. I don't know why attorneys feel like they have to be this boring on closing.
Panic equals mistakes.
He doesn't hear it himself, I don't think. I think he hears drama.
Mhm.
What is it called? The Mexican soap opera?
Telenovela.
Telenovela. That's what he hears. Which literally means TV book or TV novel. Telenovela.
Telenovela.
It means TV novel.
Can you imagine?
A novella is a novel.
Is that the right way to say it, Iris?
Telenovela.
Running through his veins after he just killed 2 innocent people in cold blood. One being his own son.
I don't know if any of his family's been in the courtroom.
That innocent
I don't know
baby.
who they are. They haven't been referenced.
And then trying to stage the crime.
What was that?
Can you imagine the
Sorry, I
adrenaline
hicked.
rush
You
running
hicked?
through his veins
Sometimes I hick too.
and make it look like someone else.
Hey, I'm 100% correct. Jung, did you read that? Let me pull that up for you.
That's how
Jung
the
Min.
phones ended up right here.
There you
right
go.
on his vest.
There you go.
Let's go leave that up for anything that I say.
Aw, Iris, why'd you do that?
Hey, Brett. Welcome. We are in state's closing arguments, and we're talking about anything other than the state's closing arguments because it's extremely boring. Brett, what is your favorite conspiracy theory? Put it in the chat.
Oh.
You heard officer after officer testify. How
Stupid
many of
belt
these are
keeper.
standard in order to hold
We got
this
a
up
belt
to your
keeper.
belt?
Who
Or
cares?
this one, full of dirt, full of mud, found under the driver's seat with Griselda's blood.
It's already there, C-Swept. It's already there.
Yeah. This has been David since day one.
Killer.
Let's go leave that right there.
The dirt trail tells a story.
You said the World's Fair.
Remember I
What's
told you
that?
that in opening.
What's the World's Fair
That dirt trail that we
conspiracy? I
took
don't know
you
that
with
one.
All of the evidence, all of the photographs, the video, tells a story. It tells a tragic and horrific story of the last.
Don't kill them.
seconds of 2 people.
Send them away for life. Don't kill them. That's what they're going to say in their closing.
Should not
If their
have
closing is
ended that
2
way.
minutes, I'm out.
See,
It
Jung
is hard to
understands.
comprehend why
Oh my god.
people murder. That's not.
Okay.
Motive is not
Wait, hang on.
an element.
I'm ready to go get people drunk. Yeah, but you can't just leave us hanging. Oh man, I have. What's the World's Fair?
Have the right to end their lives. Not like that. not a law enforcement officer,
Why is him being a law
Not a
enforcement
young
officer
mother.
so different?
not an innocent baby.
I don't know.
We're supposed to be the good guys, but you're not. Only cops think that cops are good guys.
She
Well, now you better look it up.
went
World's
there
Fair.
that day.
I have my own conspiracy. The
told-
whole foil hat thing was invented by the CIA to convince people
That he
to put an end to
represents
it. What? Okay.
his son. This is how he acted.
Oh, mess.
This is how he left it.
I think he's guilty, and I
Well,
still would have
maybe it
put
was
on
a
a
dog.
defense as well. It was a shit defense.
Maybe she got beat up last night.
Yeah.
He had the audacity to say that. And this is how he left.
Wait, the World Fair had all
innocent
this
baby.
technology, and then they tore everything down 6 months later.
Right.
It's a lot. Yeah, but they do that for every World's Fair. They always had like state-of-the-art technology. I mean, the Eiffel Tower was built for the 1900 World's Fair, and they just left it up, but everything else was torn down. Cops are just people like everyone else, except that they are agents of the state. So in their employment,
It's in
they are not
evidence.
just people. They are
5 or
literally
6
the
bags of hair
arms of the government.
found on the trail. Hair, long strands of hair that were cut off.
Oh, I
You
forgot he
saw
has another
the
child.
number of clusters of stab wounds to the back of her head. Long hair on the dirt trail. The bloody rock drenched with her blood. What does he do? He
2 other shows.
walks over the trail, kicks the rock, moves the rock.
Kicks the stone, cover his tracks. Although the Border Patrol agents did not say he did that in their initial report. It was only after they were told that the defendant was a suspect that they went back and changed their statements to, oh yeah, he was kicking stones and shuffling his feet
Seem like
and touching the
coming
body.
from the riverbanks, staging the crime. What did I tell you?
What is this?
What did I tell you? That
Have a good evening, Sea Swept.
Hi, Sea Swept.
The biggest enemy that law enforcement has in trying
Did
to solve a
Fedorowski get it?
crime
He got
is
something.
time. Who decides where? Who decides when? Who decides how to commit the crime?
It all makes sense
Who's
now.
able to
LOL,
plan it?
bartender.
He's able to plan it. He's able to decide when, where, how. That's what the evidence shows. Every little detail.
You did, but you didn't miss much, Brett.
You
Brad.
have
Sorry. It wasn't terribly exciting. But we're glad you're here now.
Maybe Dominic speaks to you guys.
Did you read
with his
Mass's
innocent
comment?
blood.
Yeah.
It sucks that you guys are everyone's limited to 200 words.
I know.
With his fresh haircut. With the officer
Without the antenna, the mind control rays would never work. That's right.
You just need to listen.
So funny.
All you need to do is listen. And
I would
if you
love
listen,
to walk up to
you'll
somebody
learn.
who's literally wearing a tinfoil hat and tell them
Look
that.
at the evidence. Look at it. Listen to it. Learn from
Have
it.
you ever seen one in real life? I would die laughing. I couldn't take it seriously.
I saw a guy yesterday that I thought would probably wear a tinfoil hat.
Do you see where the knife went through the shirt?
Probably not. Murphs.
Do you see where the knife went through the shirt? Do you see where that knife went into that 1-inch penetrating cut to the chest? No. You don't see it.
Oh, I see.
Because it's not there. The person who punctured that little sternum didn't go through the shirt. He lifted the shirt.
No, come on. Move on.
Yes.
Let's go.
What?
And he went for the heart.
They have the little baby shirt.
Oh, yeah.
That man who sits here today, the United States Border Patrol supervisory agent, he went for the heart.
Didn't Lego Vices make a tinfoil hat? I don't know.
This innocent, beautiful baby boy.
I don't know either.
I would ask Flux, but she's studying for our debate tonight.
Dominic's clues.
She's studying for it.
I don't know what she's doing, but she better study.
How does he speak to us?
She is a new member. I think you're a returning
Put
member.
his
Thank you.
blood everywhere. So long.
Yeah, I had to do that on Nick's channel because I got gifted
that-
memberships for like 2 months.
It's Nicole.
No.
And then
who
I
came
finally got
here,
in there and I was done. And I was like, dang it.
And she said,
I
well,
could
let
not
me
buy
tell
it.
you something, Mr. Box. It may be meaningless to you, but it's not meaningless to me. Remember that? It's not meaningless to me. I do the analysis. I make the match with what I got. There was no contamination in this case. There was no contamination. The evidence was preserved. The chain of custody was followed. It was taken to the lab at Bear County. You got that expert who came over here with no agenda, no motive, no conspiracy, but only to tell the truth. And what did it show? You have the DNA results. Dominic's blood on his mother's phone and mama's blood on Dominic's phone. Mama's blood on Dominic's phone.
Baker, you're going to be sleeping during it, so.
What does that tell you? What does that tell you? He kills Griselda. His hands are full of blood. He goes to Dominic's stroller. He unbuckles him with his hands full of Griselda's blood. It's on Exhibit 4. Nicole told you Griselda's blood on the stroller, where I told you he unbuckled the baby. There's blood splatters on the canopy where she was attacked from behind, and the blood falls on the canopy. The fight goes 20 to 25 yards down the dirt trail till she finally loses the fight. She's overpowered by strength and violence.
By the way, all of this is
Goals.
complete conjecture and speculation because nobody was there. I hate when the state does this.
Probably playing with his
Just
phone.
argue they were both stabbed to death. He was there, right? Those are the facts that can be established. The DNA places him there, the cell phone places him
Then
there.
what?
You don't
I
need to
need to
tell a
go get
dramatic
her phone.
story of
And
speculative
he goes
bullshit.
back,
I know.
he grabs Griselda's phone, and guess what?
Nothing.
Puts
She was
Dominic's
crossed.
blood on her phone.
She was kind of sort of impeached. She got a little combative, but basically admitted that she wasn't board certified, and that was about the end of it. Oh, and then we had to go through her whole freaking CV on redirect.
There it is.
It was dumb and a waste of time, but that was the state's case.
Maybe when he's taking off the pants. Maybe when he's leaning, trying to take off the tennies. The blood transfer. Dominic says, tag, you're it.
Stripper lashes.
Marks the killer.
Yeah, that's what I asked for.
To this and look at that. And
Is
then
that
the
a
blood
thing?
inside. The truck. The blood flakes.
Well, I was very
Blood
like,
everywhere. He didn't plan for that.
what is it, modest at
He didn't-
first.
he did
And I
not
didn't want it to
plan
go too
for that.
crazy, but now that I've
He
gotten
did
to
not
know
plan
what's
for
going
that
on, that's what
fight.
I go. Make them look like stripper lashes.
Also,
So apparently, stripper is a look that some ladies go for.
on the stroller, on the canopy, on the belt keeper, and on her little angel's phone. Her
My
blood.
sister does that too.
It's all
She's
there for you.
she doesn't like a lot of
His
lashes
statement.
when she was
All
getting them done.
authority, knowing
Younger or older?
in his training.
I have a younger sister.
You have it here.
I'm the oldest in my family.
So they all look to you.
I don't know why. That's a dumb idea.
You saw the recording. What did it say? Let's just get to it, man.
See, Josie gets it.
Let's just get to it. This is a law enforcement officer, okay? This is not your ordinary Joe Blow. This guy, he's a supervisor.
Stripper look is the goal.
He's taking courses. He's certified.
What about the hooker look? Is the hooker look in?
Courses on crime scene preservation. Here you go. You have it right
I don't
here.
know. I just feel like the stripper's like
Got-
more.
The transfer of physical evidence. It's in here.
What is the word I'm looking for?
These are the courses. This guy, he moved
More.
up
It's actually. I feel it's
through the
classy.
ranks there.
Yes. Closing arguments are now conspiracy theories. A bit of fact and a
Miranda
lot
training.
of conjecture. Yep.
States Exhibit 5.
I would say a lot of conjecture.
I love everybody's 2 cents in here.
Can't say
Must
that he
think
didn't
that's
know what his
funny.
rights were. Because he's somebody that has sat on the other side of the table reading Miranda warnings to people who he may arrest.
It's true.
He's
Mustang.
knowledgeable.
Very true.
You saw
Good evening.
You saw his demeanor in that room. You saw the
Being
charades he was
lean.
playing, the act that he was putting on. Well, I don't know about that shit about crime scenes. Really? Basic, but Lara does? Dennison does?
The guy has
I
such
don't know
better
anything about
defense. I was scared. I was nervous. I know how these things go
Deflecting.
down. I know who's,
Always
accused first off.
deflecting.
Could have been a lot better. Lefty, absolutely,
Now,
you did.
You have the benefit now.
The
sitting there for
skunk-like
7
defense
days
counsel
and getting all the
lifted her
evidence.
top in front of the jury.
What he didn't know back then, as he sat there on April the 9th, was that all of his lies were going to be exposed through a thorough investigation.
Oh man.
Okay, so now we have the benefit of the investigation to compare.
I love that you have like 95 million women in your chat, so then they want to hear about eyelashes.
How he's attempting.
Do you wash and hair dry your eyelashes?
You can,
Just some examples.
Do you?
Well,
but
there's a dead body. in
getting
the
them
road,
wet
there's
and then
dead
just
people.
blow drying them is fine. You can do that.
Listen to his
See, that would have worked on Lefty.
throughout the initial stages. People, was it a person? It was a girl. Starts getting confused.
They actually sell like
We are
eyelash.
the border patrol. We don't got shit about crime scene shit. That's what he says. That's not true. I mean, she could have been unconscious. I can't. What do you say? I don't want to call in and say she's dead. I mean, every
If you
officer,
stick around
every law enforcement
to the
officer
end
there said she was
and they give it to the jury,
right.
then
So what
you
does he
will
do? He wants to
have
deflect.
seen the
He
most
says,
important
I-
part and the only part
I-
that's
maybe
relevant.
she was unconscious. And he says, well, Lara said, I don't think she's gone yet. You heard Agent Lara. We're gonna go over his testimony. Agent Lara never said that. At the time, I only thought she got beat up. This is the woman who has his baby, okay? This is the woman who has his 18-month-old son, who he denies. He denies her. Lara said something about dogs. I found a shoe. I found a stroller. The shoe that he brought over, then he tries to take credit for finding a stroller. You heard Agent Dennison. You heard Agent Dennison. I don't know whose car it is. How many times through the evidence did you see the white Mercedes being discussed prior to this date? And he has the audacity to sit there and tell 2 homicide detectives that he doesn't know and he's never seen that car before. And then, well, maybe I've seen that car. Right? Lying that was the first time he saw that car. Well, it rings a bell. That was the most they got out of him. It rings a bell. Well, I saw her 2-3 weeks ago.
I agree, Josie. The jury is absolutely going to fire this guy.
This morning. If you snap, what did Reyes tell him? Listen, man, you know, just tell us the truth, man. No, the last time I saw her was 2 or 3 weeks ago. Last time I talked to her was about maybe a week ago. Dude, you. And he's real smart. He goes, check the phone. Check the phone.
You think 2 hours to convict, Jung? You think they're going to deliberate for 2 hours?
Challenging the law enforcement. She was smarter than him.
I think it'll take him.
Shots of some of the Snapchats.
I say half a day.
She went
Say
into
4
that
hours.
tile, takes a screenshot. Something.
I mean, how long is it going to take out to fill out the paperwork?
Trust them. And she took those screenshots.
We didn't do bingo on this one.
I wasn't supposed to
Forgot about it.
meet shit, no one. Continue.
We usually do bingo for closing
Denies
arguments.
meeting the child. Hard to explain this.
If you guys are new, bingo during closing arguments is amazing. Jung puts it together. She grabs words from the trial, and it's a lot of fun.
Man. You know why? Because I'm not going to fucking jail for something I didn't fucking do. He likes to throw out the F-bombs as a default. I don't know if you noticed that every time he's confronted with the truth, he starts throwing F-bombs to deflect.
Is there a train in your background or the courts?
Because of this shit, because I fucking I hit it 2 years ago. I'm fucking guilty of it.
Yes, as soon as Jung reminds me, I
Because
send
I
them.
hit it 2 years ago. He got her pregnant. Listen to the way he's talking about the person that he just killed. No remorse.
Yeah, everyone wants to hit him in the face.
It
I
ain't
do.
Fucking fair. You saw it. You listened to it. He says that. It ain't fucking fair.
Ooh, okay.
No swearing in court, sir.
No.
Language.
It was never like that, man. She was never on me like that. I'm telling you, she's not that type of person. She was never like that. Oh, you better man up and this and that.
Doesn't he? I said that from like day one. I'm like, I just want to hit him.
Last night or whatever.
I've never wanted to like
It's a fucking
hit somebody so bad just on first
You
appearance.
know what? He's right.
It's
He
just-
is right about one thing. She wasn't out to destroy him. She wasn't out to ruin his life. She just wanted
I know it's
support
not a big deal, but
for his
he
baby.
hasn't shed
Shut
a
up.
tear once about
Help
anything.
me out.
He hasn't what?
Like shed a tear, even a little baby
This
tear
little boy
once
that looks like
Mhm.
you.
about anything.
Yes, if you win bingo, you win an MLS mug in theory.
And you'll get it in about a year and a half.
I sent out so many of them. I know I still have a few to send out,
What
guys.
am I doing?
I've been waiting for mine since the summer
There
of
was still
73.
time after he killed Griselda. There was still time to stop. Leave the baby in the grass. Stop.
Oh. My dad
That tells
ordered a
you
bunch
how
of stuff for my
great
lawn
of a
dart.
heart he has
Was gas included?
to follow through.
He just told me he got the parts. He was gonna come over and see if he
And when
could.
Dominic didn't die with the first,
Now that we know
what
it's
does he
working.
do? He transects the jugular, the carotid. It's not a mystery.
Hi, I was in New Jersey and New
I know
York
what's coming
City
because I'm not
last
fucking
year,
stupid.
December
I know what's fucking coming.
28th.
I can freaking easily show you guys that me and her were fucking good. I never had an issue with her. That's right. That's right. Never had an issue with her.
Okay, so the funniest thing that happened to me in New York City, I gotta say this again. So we were at the Empire State Building, and we were just looking in the lobby, and I was asking this big security guard. He was like 7'8", 400 pounds, big dude. I was like asking him where the entrance was if we wanted to go to the top. He was like, around the corner down by the Build-A-Bear. And it was just the funniest thing I've ever heard. Like Rocky Balboa saying Build-A-Bear. It was absolutely amazing. And then I saw a woman walking her dog, screaming at a guy who was hosing off the sidewalk. I feel like I got the New York experience.
How'd you feel about it?
That felt good.
And then Reyes
Then I went
walks
and
in
saw
and he's like,
Ghostbusters
"Well, I was
and
just telling him about
the
child
the
support."
Ghostbusters firehouse, and that was cool.
Hey, dude,
Okay.
you didn't mention that, dude. What are you saying?
Jealous.
I tried to tell you about the process, man. Dude, you didn't tell me anything about the child support. Lie after lie after lie after lie after lie. We brought you state witnesses. Angelica Hernandez. You heard
We should have
her
done it,
sister
yeah.
confirm the relationship with Anthony. Even the name that he gave her at the beginning was his middle name. So that later on, if things got ugly, he was
Well,
Anthony.
is that really true though?
He wasn't Ronald.
I know a lot of people that go by their middle name.
Yeah, but when you're approached by law enforcement and you're asked for your name and identification, and you say, "I don't have my identification, and my name is whatever," he said. I don't even know what his real name is.
Take me to who's it?
He was saying to her.
Hey, dude,
like,
take me over
Oh,
there
oh,
so that they could see me.
yeah, the law enforcement thing's odd. That's definitely weird, but
Yeah.
but like to tell her his name's Anthony, if that's like what he goes by.
She owns a Mercedes Benz. You heard from her how she lent it to her sister. And she also was the one that went to call Dr. Stern on April the 12th to say, "Dr. Stern, please
Taco
check
Bell.
my nephew."
They're gonna
He
order
still
Taco Bell.
sucks though. He still sucks though.
That's how it all started. Dr. Rodriguez, he had a working diagnosis. But one of the most important things that came out of Dr. Rodriguez's
It's still up,
testimony was
Mim.
when I asked him, okay, now that the word syringe has come out, does that change?
I got 43
Would
minutes.
that change your diagnosis? He said, that would expand, was the word he used. I wrote it down.
Oh
That
my
would expand
God.
my working diagnosis. Meaning, so it would open it up to another diagnosis? Yeah. But I don't remember what he called it. You all heard him. I mean, it was a puncture, right? A pinpoint type lesion, I think he
Me
said.
too, Nurse Corky.
So you mean a puncture? Yeah, it was a puncture.
It's just white noise.
Now we're introducing syringes into the formula. He's like, okay, well, I didn't know that then, but now if you're telling me they found syringes, maybe my working diagnosis would expand. I was going with what the ER had said and what the clinic had said. What was also significant about him was he said Dominic's condition never improved. His condition was actually getting worse. I wish that we would be able to find out what substance was put in him. And I wish that we could have found the weapon, and I wish we could have found the bloody clothes. But we have given you enough beyond a reasonable doubt to convict. Dr. Corrine Stern.
Look at that. I've been trying to pronounce his name on mute. Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles.
Yeah.
Something like that. All right, Jamie, I'm going to leave you for a minute. I'll be right back.
You
Hi.
didn't hear from her once. You heard from her twice. She didn't perform the autopsy. But based on something that's rarely happened to her in her career, you heard her, right? She had a family member come over there and say, please.
Yeah, that's
check
what I was saying.
Now that he's dead, it all makes
A lot of
sense.
people go by their middle name, but when he's like lying to the cops, it's kind of weird.
She finds the black, dead, necrotic tissue deep in the tissue. And she calls it like she sees it, plain and simple. They want to say, well, you in Alabama, you had all these other medical pathologists that turned on you and testified against you, and that the DA dismissed your case. Hey, we're not in Alabama. We're in Texas. We do things differently in Texas. We need to send Alabama a message. But she's telling you the truth.
I was gonna ask somebody to sound it out
Common sense.
because it didn't sound right how
Common
they
sense.
said it.
Even today when I asked her, do you still stand by your opinion? I absolutely do.
Why does he got to get loud?
Make herself out as being some
So dramatic.
medical pathologist, that Nobel Prize winner. She's just, hey, I'm a medical examiner, and this is what I saw. You guys can believe it or not. That's what I saw. That's my opinion. You guys are the ones that decide. Adriana Flores, she's a criminal her friend. What was it with her? She said, I was the last one. How do I look? Wish me luck. How do I look? Wish me luck.
What does that say? I don't know what that says.
Bradley Dennison. This guy's I tell you what, an amazing agent on what he did that day. One of the most significant parts of his testimony was when he said, to me, it looked like an ambush. This guy's 17 years walking the brush in South Texas, cutting trails, looking for sign. And what did he tell you? There was a circle or a patch of grass where somebody was pressing the grass. Okay, let's go with that. Imagine you're about to kill your own son and the mother, and you're hiding in the grass, and you're getting ready to do this violent act. And you're waiting. You're pacing. You're getting yourself ready to do this. Now, I doubt he was just sitting there calm, leaning on a tree. This guy was getting pumped up for the moment of truth. It was going to happen. And the grass was there. It was pressed down on the side of the trail. Lara, you heard him. The odd behavior that he saw. He takes the lead and he sees all the contamination that his supervisor's doing. It doesn't make sense, but it made sense later on. Elizabeth Stevens, Motorola, she places him, and you saw my co-counsel when he questioning her.
Guys, get out of here.
Border Patrol Station North, puts him on that trail through Motorola. Albert Cortez, he's the first officer on the scene. It's a bloody crime scene. He says Dominic looked like he was faced, not thrown. Gilbert Benavides, you remember his testimony?
Oh, Lord.
The 20, she's at this morning and she hasn't answered for the last 4 hours. She was supposed to be baby daddy or the ex, Anthony Burgos, who's a border patrol agent.
What did he tell Detective Ricardo Ramirez? I don't even know who the owner of the car is.
Bye, Brett Bat.
If you could extend me 5 minutes.
Have a good night.
I have lots of exes, he tells the detective. I don't even know who's in that car.
Hey, Melissa.
Did I miss anything?
No.
Damn it.
He takes the belt.
Oh, bye, Britt Brat.
And it just
You're lucky
falls
you get to go off to work.
I know.
I'm finished listening to this. Everyone in the chat that was like, yeah, I'm just going to set my phone down and come back to it in 20 minutes to see where we are. We don't get to do that.
No. Why is he still going though? Like, come on. The timeline. He could have just do the timeline and be done.
By FBI agent Masters. He used 5 independent sources.
Yeah, Jamie. How come you're not making up stories?
Analysis. It wasn't
I
one.
don't know.
It was a big
She's busy
there was
working.
a big emphasis put
Well,
on
I was
quick.
texting and
This is his disclaimer. Trying to explain, I just was not using Sprint by itself. I'm using a combination of different sources.
I know I gotta tell him like he missed like
The antenna says that
All
they're
kinds of
outside the
crazy
Webb
stuff.
County
all kinds of
courthouse.
stuff. He needs to rewind it and then it'll be
And
nothing.
then a camera from City Hall picks up
You wasted your whole day.
The Discord link is expiring.
Conclude that the
Okay.
signal was accurate.
Expired again. It's every 7 days. Did you know that? It says that when you
No.
That's how we were able to
yes,
put
it
together
expires
user
every 7
confirmation.
days.
Yeah.
All the sources yielded the same results. And it places Burgos-Aviles and Griselda's phones at the crime scene, at his house, and all the important places. Adriana Escamilla, she's the investigator. She gets the camera from the drawbridge image. She gets the work schedule, the vehicle assignment, his certifications, and the child support letter at his desk. One of the
How do you
most
do that,
interesting
Malcolm?
courses that he took was on the weapons course. He was certified. Dealing with knives. You have it there.
All right. New one is posted.
This guy was trained. He was skilled. Okay? There was only 2 units with that spotlight on duty that day. Kilo 66119 being driven by this man right here.
All right. Someone's going to have to
Ronald
do that.
Burgos-Aviles. On the job,
I know. I'm like,
wearing his uniform.
how does
under
that
the
work?
color of law, commits a double homicide. Nicole Morales, she establishes Burgos-Aviles as a father. You have her DNA analysis. There it is. The stroller, Griselda. The canopy, Griselda. The headrest, Griselda.
What is this?
The Griselda. The dog keeper, Griselda. The rock, Griselda. The passenger door, Griselda. The cricket phone, Griselda. The rear passenger floorboard of the Kilo unit, Dominic. The cricket phone, Dominic. The ZTE phone, Dominic. The tailgate, Dominic.
Oh my God, I was muted.
Oh.
Science.
This is the DNA sources, where it was and whose DNA is on it.
Detective Rick Reyes, Ronald. Remember, he gives him that incomplete name, trying to throw him off. Why? Because they know.
Yeah, where they found the DNA, not necessarily blood.
Tell me your fucking name. Oh, that's because you didn't ask me. Web of lies. 27 stab wounds, Dr. Fernandez.
He looks like he's ready for a shootout.
Jugular transected.
The way he's standing.
Ladies and gentlemen, the person who did this, the individual that did this, had, what did he say? They had knowledge. They had knowledge on where and how to kill the person.
PowerPoints look like they were put together by an attorney.
The 27 stab wounds to her head, her shoulders, her arms, her wrists, her hands, her back, her ear.
Jamie, do you have any drugs
All
for
in the
junk?
hands of this man.
What does she want?
I don't know. He's got it in the chat.
Supervisory Border Patrol Agent Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles.
Well, is it itchy? Is it? You're such a doof. Is it itchy? Is it red? Is it a rash? What do you got?
Targeted the vital areas with a sharp object. And what was most amazing of his testimony is that both mother and
All right, I'll
child
be right back again.
were killed in the same fashion, transecting the jugular and the carotid arteries on the same side. You have it. He knew what he was doing in ending their lives. The detective, lead investigator, he brought you the digital evidence, the video surveillance, Facebook, Snapchat, the timeline, the syringes. It's not a coincidence. Dr. Stern said, find some syringes in the lunchbox. Weeks later, syringes are found. They bring you evidence of him being on testosterone. That's fine. All it does is establish that he has access to syringes. What did he put in that child on March the 25th?
Oh my God. Are we back at the spider?
Intent. Knowingly. Trying to end him.
Hey, he's the guy that found the body. He's the border patrol agent that found the body. Does anybody have visual on him?
murder weapon, the bloody clothes, and the 5 minutes by the church. Everything under his control. The murder weapon, the bloody clothes, and the 5 minutes by the church. There he is, calculating, manipulative, and deceptive, hiding behind the badge.
Shelly, this stuff is the bomb for dry skin. Can you see it?
What were the last words that Adriana said to
It's the
Griselda?
diabetic
What
dry skin
Griselda
relief
said
is
to
like
Adriana,
clears up
wish me
everything.
luck. How do I look? Wish me luck. And then the little baby is wearing a shirt, a baby Yoda, and it says, "Lucky I am." And I'll tell you what, the luck wasn't with him on that day. It wasn't with him on that day. But the luck is with him now. The luck is with him now because they have you. They have you. He's guilty. The only thing left for you to do is to go in there and find him guilty on both counts. Find him guilty. Thank you. Sit down.
One second, want to make sure that you may proceed.
Oh, good. David.
I really believe that our criminal justice system is the best in the world, but only if we apply the legal principles upon which it is based. Only then will it function properly. I never imagined that I would hear Mr. Hernandez tell you the only thing left to do is to go into the jury room and find him guilty. Without deliberating, without looking at the evidence.
They saying to find him guilty?
That's not how our system works, ladies and gentlemen.
I couldn't hear him very well.
I understand.
Hang
I
on.
get it. We have the only municipal. I really believe that our criminal justice system is the best in the world, but only if we apply the legal principles upon which it is based. Only then will it function properly. I never imagined that I would hear Mr. Hernandez tell you the only thing left to do is to go into the jury room and find him guilty. Without deliberating, without looking at the evidence.
Yeah, a lot of
That's not how
prosecutors
our
ask
system
that.
works, ladies and gentlemen. I understand, I get it. We have a dead mother, we have a dead child, and it's a type of case that elicits very strong emotions. But that's exactly why we have to adhere.
Yes, we are.
To the legal principles that are the foundation of our criminal justice system, because that system is designed to minimize, not to completely remove the possibility of an innocent person being convicted, but to minimize the odds of that happening. And so when you make an argument that is based on anger, on emotion,
Which is exactly what the state was doing.
displaying bloody clothes that proof that somebody was murdered, but they don't tell you a thing about who committed the murder. What is the approach? The approach is to elicit the mentality of a lynch mob. That's the last thing.
There's no
that we
subtitles.
need in a case in which the state is seeking death against the defendant. The most important principle that you can take with you into the jury room is to deliberate with reason, with fairness, with extreme caution, and leave the emotion for when you're done with your duty.
So he's basically said that that all the state argued was emotion. They didn't argue the facts. He's like, I'm amazed that we would have a prosecutor come up here and basically argue emotion and tell you to go back and find him guilty without deliberation, without pointing out all the facts of this case. And so essentially that's what he's talking about thus far. He's like, save the emotions for when you're done. You need to deliberate and look at everything reasonably, essentially, is what he's arguing.
First, we begin with a legal proposition that all persons are presumed to be innocent, and no person may be convicted of an offense unless each element of the offense is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's the very basic principle of our legal system. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence. The state has to prove it. But they have to do it with rational, persuasive evidence, not by wrenching emotions that want you, the jury, to just get vengeance or revenge on somebody. That's not how it's supposed to work. Slide number 3. The right to a presumption of innocence is so vital to our criminal justice system that it's embodied in state law and in federal law. In state law,
I think the defense wins in the battle of PowerPoints.
And then it's also embodied in the process clause of the 14th Amendment to the United
I didn't see
States
slide 1.
Constitution, which guarantees all persons a right to the presumption of innocence. The presumption of innocence is not specifically set forth in the Constitution, but the U.S. Supreme Court has long held that it is a very essential component of our criminal justice system. So you have to begin with that presumption that Mr. Burgos is innocent. You remember during jury selection, Mr. Alanis and his assistants constantly asked you whether you could set aside your bias and your prejudice and render a decision, a verdict based on the law and the evidence. Well, now they seem to have forgotten that. Now they want a verdict based on bias and prejudice. And that's what you have to set aside and take a look at the evidence. This is largely, almost entirely, a circumstantial evidence case. And although circumstantial evidence may carry as much weight as direct evidence, the pieces have to fit together for you to be able to actually arrive at a verdict of guilt. Slide number 4. The burden of proof is always on the state, and the defendant is never required to present any witnesses or evidence.
He does.
The state has to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. it's the duty of the jury to find the defendant not guilty and to acquit him. And reasonable doubt, I would remind you, is the highest level of proof that we have under our criminal justice system. The state has told you during voir dire that the state does not have to prove its case beyond all doubt, and that is true, but I'd like to give you some legal standards of proof that also are not what is meant by beyond a reasonable doubt. Slide number 6 shows you that a reasonable suspicion is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable suspicion is a fairly low level of proof. It's the level of proof that an officer needs to have to conduct a brief investigatory stop. And then we also have probable cause. And probable cause is another level of proof higher than a reasonable suspicion, but it still does not rise to the level of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. A probable cause is the level of proof.
Is he really the best choice for this?
Initially, search warrant or an arrest warrant.
No, I think the woman would have been much better, but I think she's young and he's lead.
But still well below the level of proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
He just doesn't have any like energy, anything.
The standard used in civil cases. And in civil cases, people are usually fighting over property or money. And so it doesn't.
Is this a reference to something?
Proof as our system requires to deprive a person of his
It's Dirty Dancing, right? Am I right?
I don't know.
In this case, proof beyond a reasonable doubt is the high standard of proof in the American legal system because the law does not contemplate that it should be easy for the government or the state to deprive a
I
person.
love Dirty Dancing. We needed to do a movie watch of Dirty Dancing.
That is the standard by which you must decide the fate of Mr. Burgos-Aviles. Has the state put its case beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yeah, again, too, we are not seeing the jury. We are not getting their, visual cues and feedbacks. We didn't voir dire them.
Slide number 7. It's an absolute right to either testify or remain silent. And if he decides not to testify, no inference of guilt may be made from that decision. It's an absolute right to either testify or not testify. There may be many reasons why a person may choose not to testify. You may feel that the state simply didn't present sufficient evidence to prove the case against him. He may have a speech impediment. He may just not be a good speaker. And so the law, in its wisdom, has decreed that a person has that absolute right to remain silent. And it's something that you have to respect. Don't question why Mr. Burgos made that decision. It's his decision alone, and it should be completely disregarded in deliberating on his guilt or his innocence.
He spent longer talking about the defendant's right to remain silent than he did with the entire opening statement.
Now, slide number 8. The state's case is based primarily on circumstantial.
I believe it's Cheech Marin, right? Or Tommy Chong. Tommy Chong.
Tommy Chong. Yeah.
Tommy Chong.
Evidence and circumstantial evidence. direct evidence is evidence that directly points to the defendant as the one who.
Yes, it's still closing expert.
I saw.
Make him come on and enjoy the fun.
And I'm sure it was said.
I told him if you wanted the link, let me know. He hasn't let me know.
He says no. I'm good. I'll just hang back.
A confession by the defendant is also direct evidence. Circumstantial evidence, on the other hand, is evidence from which the jury can reasonably reach an inference that points to the guilt of the defendant. And although the jury can make reasonable inferences from the evidence, they're not allowed to speculate. A reasonable inference is a conclusion based on known.
They get a rebuttal. They should. I believe they do get a rebuttal.
Oh my God, no.
Just so you guys know, I do have a stream at 7 o'clock with Flux. When the rebuttal is done, I'm going to end the stream. I'm not going to stick around for jury instructions and all that. We're done. And this will be redirected to Flux's stream.
Investigators his full name and only identified himself as Ronald Burgos. But everybody at Border Patrol knew him as Ronald Burgos. His name tag only said R. Burgos. And then Detective Raimundo Garcia, who was the last one to testify, admitted that when he first arrived at the scene of the crime, he saw 3 Border Patrol agents there. It was Bradley Denison, Mr. Burgos, and Francisco Lara.
Whenever I'm speaking of time, it's convenient time. So if I say 7, it's most likely not 7 a.m. since it's close to 7 p.m. now. Also, it's always Eastern time if I don't say. So 7 p.m. Eastern, Tweety.
His ID, which showed his complete name. Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles. And so the cops very quickly jumped to the conclusion, he didn't tell us Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles is his name, and therefore he's guilty. Put your hands on the car, take your belt off, and away they take him. And so this is the type of.
I'm really turned off by him reading from the paper. Like,
He's not reading. He's just got his notes, but I don't like the notes.
you know what I mean, though? Like, it looks like it won't look to me like he's reading. It's just, I don't know.
So before.
He's not passionate.
That's true. I don't see passion, but I didn't see passion from the state either. No. I felt condensation or a condescending tone.
Well, at least they're more animated.
Evidence itself is true. If it's not true, you can't reach any reasonable inference from evidence that it's not true. And that's a prime example right there. Slide 13. The state also claims that Ronald.
Maybe your name. Oh, Fedorowski. That's Fedorowski.
The Border Patrol agent Lada, while accusing Mr. Burgos of contaminating the crime scene, was himself contaminating the crime scene. Remember, he got a pair of gloves from an agent that he was trading. Smith is what I recall his last name was. He got one pair of gloves, one gave the other one to Mr. Burgos. And he touched Griselda's body, checking for the pulse, the same thing as Mr. Burgos did. And then he threw the bloody glove on the tree limb, and then realized, I'm contaminating the crime scene. So what does he do? It picks it up, and instead of placing it in a plastic bag or a receptacle where he can deliver it to the cops without further contaminating it, he throws it in Mr. Burgos' pickup truck, in the bed of the truck. Now, there was also blood on the side of the truck. I imagine it occurred the same way. Either Lara or somebody else. There were a lot of cops walking in the area. It was chaotic. There were border patrol agents there. There were EMTs. There was a helicopter hovering overhead, probably spreading flecks of dirt all over the place. If anybody opened the door to Mr. Burgos' vehicle when the helicopter was overhead, it could have visibly blown some flecks of dirt with blood into Mr. Burgos' vehicle. Slide number 14.
I think it'll be as long as it takes them to fill out the paperwork.
That was extracted from Mr. Burgos' government-issued mobile radio. But the state's expert testified under cross-examination that she only measured degrees of latitude and the longitude. She did not include hours.
Yeah, it's past his bedtime, isn't it?
Minute measurements, which are intended to produce a more precise location. It's kind of like reading a clock.
Did he just suggest that a helicopter blew blood spikes into the defendant's truck?
Did he?
I don't know.
The minute hand, I can tell you.
Honestly, zoned out.
9 o'clock with 15 minutes.
But all of this stuff could have been argued during cross at some point because he's just making stuff up.
I can tell you it's 9:15 with.
Yeah, dude, you got 8 minutes and I'm cutting this stream.
9:15 and 20 seconds. But she only took latitude and longitude. And so I asked her.
He knows he's effed.
1 degree latitude.
He already missed dinner in Matlock.
69 miles. And so the 1 degree of longitude equals 54.6 miles. And she said she agreed. And that was all that she did. So what does that do? Well, those are very broad measurements that place Mr. Burgos within 69 miles from the crime scene, within an area that he was assigned to patrol that morning.
Yeah, they need to save the rebuttal for tomorrow.
Slide number
Judge needs to
15.
be like, okay, we're done. Rebuttal tomorrow. Instructions.
The state also points to Griselda's cell phones that's being found in
Oh, that spider.
phone unit. But Mr. Burgos.
You need a
told
helicopter spider
investigators at the
for very
scene that he had picked up the cell phone. And just as Mr. Burgos handed his ID to investigator Garcia, and then later the investigators twisted it around to say, hey, you didn't tell us your full name, so you're guilty, get in the car. Same thing, they forgot that investigators Garcia.
Should I call the court and be like, can we recommend that the state do the rebuttal tomorrow?
Because he was in shock.
You should.
Generally not. No, they're not going to step in. The court's not going to step in and say, move it along.
His face now, he looked down like he was in shock. Yeah.
Tweety, are you not here for the whole trial? A kilo unit is a pickup truck that the Border Patrol uses.
Maybe he was going to meet with Vicente.
Yeah.
Why is it called a kilo unit?
But can you
Don't know.
really conclude from that you killed her? That's a huge jump in logic to make. And then the puncture wound They wanted to take the word of
But if you didn't pick up the phones, how do they end up in the truck?
Who had a woman on death row.
I know, but I was like trying to will it to end, Flux. I want this to end. I want to go talk Star Wars.
Sorry, Mr. Peña, I'm just gonna object to that as there's no evidence of anybody.
We all want this to end. Just end already.
Facts not in evidence.
I believe I asked Dr. Stern about that.
I'll instruct the jury that you are the triers of the fact. You will use your best effort to recall the testimony of the witnesses that have been brought here, and whose testimony has been admitted into evidence. Do your best to recall that. Remember that I instruct you that whatever it is that the lawyers tell you was the evidence is not the evidence, unless in fact you've heard it actually here come from the evidence. So you use your best recollection to do the same. Thank you.
Dr. Stern also.
This is why you object.
And she's not.
This is why you object when the prosecution is speculating and just assuming things. You object, and you get that same instruction when the prosecutor is making up their bullshit speculation. But you don't, and then you do the same thing, and the state objects, and now you look like the asshole to the jury, making stuff up, where the state could have easily have gotten the same instruction to the jury, while the state was giving the closing. That's why you object. Oh, the judge has my same camera on top of his monitor.
And the state wants you to disregard the medical records from the doctor's hospital, which also show that the diagnosis was that it was an insect bite. And then there was a testimony of Adriana Flores.
No, because the identification number for those types of vehicles starts with a K, so they call it a kilo unit. Because.
Yeah.
So above all, ladies and gentlemen, remember to rely on logic, reason, and cool reflection.
Wrapping it up.
Set aside the lynch mentality that the state wants you to.
Now for the 2-hour rebuttal.
Jury room and delivery. There's no place in there. Thank you.
Captain, have fun. I'm doing a debate with Flux after this on her channel, and you guys will be redirected, hopefully, fingers crossed, right after the stream is done to her channel. And I'm just going to make sure that that is set up properly.
Ladies and gentlemen, we do not promote the lynch mob mentality. Everything that we brought you, all of the evidence, the physical evidence, the direct evidence, the forensic evidence, the circumstantial evidence, the medical evidence. It's all credible. It's all consistent. And it's all corroborated.
I don't like his yellow tie. I like my yellow tie better.
You make your decision individually, collectively.
I have to look.
And I agree with Mr. Peña. This is a serious matter. This is a serious matter.
I don't see bow tie.
But when you go in there,
emotion again. See, that's what the defense was
let
talking
them
about.
guide you.
It's playing on your emotions.
Yeah.
Let Griselda and Dominic guide you.
Did he say let
You
them
can have clarity.
Let them guide you. Just close your eyes and let their hand guide you onto that.
let
verdict
them
sheet.
guide you? That's
And
That's where he was kind of arguing back. The defense was. He just didn't do a good job at it.
be able to be confident And I guarantee you that when you take all of the evidence, all of the physical evidence,
No, I feel he's guilty, but I don't like that.
everything that we've brought you over these last 7 days, that you'll be able to go home tonight and have a clear conscience that you did your job.
I don't like that being said
You
either.
read all the evidence. And most importantly, that you brought justice,
You know,
that you brought justice to baby Dominic and to Griselda.
Thank you, Attorney.
it's over. Oh my
Ladies and
God,
gentlemen,
it's over.
I'm now about to send you into the jury room, which will become your jury deliberation room. Will you follow the instructions that I've given you in the charge?
I
and
bet
start
these
deliberating?
MFers come back
The
tonight.
jury will have the 4 alternates step out to another room. You will not be in the same deliberation room. You will be in another room, waiting to see if, in fact, your services will be needed. Thank you.
I missed the end.
Just, you know,
Jury instructions.
bring justice to them and thank you. Have a good night.
Cool. So what did the judge say about anything else?
Oh, he just told him, take it back.
Step away for a second. Okay. Well, I stepped away right at the end. He just asked them to follow their hearts. Yeah, I know that's kind of a bullshit argument.
I mean, I think he's guilty, but I don't like when they do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and when they
I like,
speculate on
let them
facts and all
guide
that
you
stuff.
and give them just like, I don't know, whatever you said, something about something, but
Is that usual that they start deliberation that late in the day? Well, this judge has a tendency to go late, so they have, well, it's 6 p.m., so they have kind of another hour to get instructions and set them up, and then he'll probably say, come back in the morning and deliberate, which is most likely going to happen. So they'll be back in 1 hour. Yeah, I'm not going to be here for it because all they have is jury instructions. So I'm going to keep a verdict watch out. I will post a stream for that, and Baker will too, I'm sure, since half of you guys are on Baker's stream. And we will we'll go live when they have a verdict. Yeah, emotion should never be the reason for a verdict. I agree. Only facts, and facts don't care about your feelings, right, Captain?
Nope.
So I think they just sent them back. Yeah.
didn't he
It was a
read it the
quick
stuff already?
trial, but not that quick. Yeah. It could have been a lot quicker, in my opinion. They did do a jury instructions already, by the way. So they did jury instructions. So before the closing argument, so they are all set. Yeah.
So that's why I said they'll probably be back in an hour.
Well, in an hour, I will be deep into a debate with Flux over on her channel, which you guys are all going to get redirected to. At least I hope so. If you have the auto direct turned on.
I'm gonna be in an eyelash appointment, so they better not come back.
Yeah. So, any parting words, Jamie?
No. Just
go watch us on Flux. And Baker, if you're on Baker's stream, I don't know where you guys are going to be redirected, but check out Flux, House of Flux with 2 X's. Is her channel, and I'll be over there debating Star Wars very shortly. We're a little late, but she's in chat, or she was, so we're cool. Thank you all for sticking with us on this fairly boring trial. It started off really interesting, and then it got so boring.
I know.
But we'll do a verdict watch. I think he's guilty. I think the jury's probably going to come back with guilt.
My mind has not been changed.
We are debating Star Wars. My position is that all Star Wars is good Star Wars. Flux has a little different position, so that's what we're talking about tonight on her weekly Thursday night stream. So that'll be a lot of fun, and I will see you guys over there very shortly.